Speed on this final Sunday before Christmas. I'm Sam Matterface, and alongside me in the studio this afternoon is the former Arsenal winger Perry Groves and talkSPORT's chief football correspondent Alex Crook, who's at Villa Park throughout the course of the afternoon. If you thought there was a lack of sport today, you would be very much mistaken. First, let's get to Villa Park ahead of Aston Villa against Manchester United. And for us this afternoon, keeping an eye on everything, Alex Crook.
And it could be a historic day for the hosts, who are bidding for their longest winning sequence in all competitions for 111 years. Standing in their way of that feat, a Manchester United side who themselves have lost only one of their last 10. But the visitors are without Ahmad and Mbumo due to African Cup of Nations call-ups and the suspended Casemiro. The Red Devils don't often lose here, though, at Villa Park. It's Aston Villa against Manchester United.
Victory today, and Hearts would stretch their lead at the top of the Scottish Premiership to a total of 9 points. How are they getting on against Rangers? Half an hour in, David Tanner.
And it's Hearts 0, Rangers 0, and Rangers had the ball in the back of the net. Emmanuel Fernandez with a mighty header at a corner kick. It was touched on the line by Mojon Miovski, which made it offside. VAR had to double check though. Hearts 0, Rangers 0.
AFCON underway, 7 o'clock tonight. Morocco against Comoros in the Women's League Cup quarter-finals. Already underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Manchester City 3-1 up against West Ham United. Chelsea absolutely pummelling bottom of the WSL Liverpool by 4-0. Arsenal 1-0 up away at Crystal Palace. Manchester United and Tottenham played out an unbelievable WSL game the other week. It finished 3-3 with a very, very late goal from Fridolina Rolfo. But Tottenham have taken the lead at the Leigh Sports Village once again. They lead by 1-0. In the National League, Brackley 0, Morecambe 2, Solihull Moors 4, Sutton United 1, Braintree 0, Hartlepool United 0, Gateshead 0, Eastleigh 0. These ones are just kicked off. These ones are just mentioning now. And Boreham Wood Carlisle and Halifax Town against Wildston kick off at 4 o'clock this afternoon. In the PDC World Darts, coverage continues over on talkSPORT 2. Krzysztof Ratajski has beaten Ryan Joyce 3-1. Joe Cullen is in action a little bit later on as well. And Rob Cross goes to the Oki in the not too distant future. This is talkSPORT. It's Game Day Live. It's Sam Matterface and Perry Groves. And a very good afternoon to you. This is a rare experience for us, isn't it? This is the first time we've been back in the studio. I think, do we do an international break in the studio here?
It's très émotionnel, isn't it?
It is. It's because the thing is that we work together every week, you and I, but we never see each other. And then when we do see each other, it's only fleeting. We saw each other at Arsenal the other day. You were having a little panic up.
And having a little panic up last night as well. But that's what comes with it. It gets in. You can't. Your head is trying to tell your blood to calm down.
Yes.
But it doesn't.
Whereas the alternative is that most of my time is spent sitting next to Alex Crook, who is not here today. He's at Aston Villa. Hello.
And I feel really lonely without you at Christmas.
Are you lonely this
so
Christmas?
Lonely.
Without you to hold. Is that one of your faves? I can't imagine you even know what that one is, because you're not really into your music.
I love Christmas music. Honestly, I was out on Friday night. I got the jukebox on. It was wall-to-wall Christmas songs.
That was
I
Mud,
don't mind that one.
Yeah, Mud. Loneliest Christmas.
Yeah,
Christmas number 190.
It's not my number one.
What is Crookie?
I don't mind
Mariah?
No, I think Mariah's been overplayed down the years. Controversial.
Me
I
and-
like if it. I like if it driving home for Christmas. I'll have that in the car later.
That is the most cliched Christmas song of all time.
Well, I'm a cliche kind of guy.
Yeah, but listen, I was out with him on Thursday night, and we got them to play Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. And, he was like, I'm not having it. I'm not thinking this one's going to take. And then about half a second in, that was it. The whole place was going out.
I bet he's bought Kylie's new one, the Christmas number 1.
Ah, he doesn't even know what it is.
I've not heard it yet. Is it any good?
It is. It's really good.
Xmas.
You would love it, because you know how you love YMCA and doing all the actions. She does XMAS. So, and I reckon you could get quite into that. And, especially now you're doing all those TikToks with the kids.
I've done one.
I think Crookie just gets stuck with the X, and that'll be it. I mean X actually doing the X sign, not X as in X.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, just clarify that, Crookie.
Anyway, talking about the immutable law of the X, Mikel Arteta, former Everton player, went to the new Hill Dickinson Stadium last night and took all 3 points from his former employers 6 years into his tenure as the Arsenal boss. It's as you were at the top of the table. They are number 1 at Christmas, leading Manchester City by 2 points. City had beaten West Ham 3-0 earlier in the day. Obviously, they moved to the summit. Arsenal reinstated their lead thanks to a Victor Gyökeres penalty. However, It wasn't the most easiest match to watch from an Arsenal perspective, was it? They didn't create too many chances. They had 2 that hit the post in the second half, and there was a very, very good opportunity, a brilliantly well-worked opportunity for Leandro Trossard, which hit the frame of the goal. But apart from that, there wasn't too much to write home about last night. Why was that?
Because the pressure of Man City obviously winning against West Ham and going top of the league. So Arsenal players and all Arsenal fans would have known that everybody was looking at that, just saying, how can you react? And historically, Arsenal weren't very good at Everton. I know it's obviously Hill Dickens Stadium and not Goodison Park, but Everton seems to have their number at home. Sometimes you can play teams at the right time. And let's be honest, it wasn't Everton's strongest side, obviously, because Dewsbury Hall being out, obviously, with Njai and Gay going to the AFCON. So it was a good time to play Everton. The penalty was surprising in who took it, because everybody expecting Odegaard does the screen and then he gets hold of the ball and then calms everybody down, normally gives it to Saka. Gyökeres takes it. And I thought your interview was very telling, Sam, with Mikel Arteta afterwards, because when you mentioned about Gyökeres penalty, he said, well, that was the players. The players made the decision. And basically, it was Odegaard who made the decision. And Arsenal got a history of that. If you remember, Kai Havertz got his first goal for Arsenal down at Bournemouth when it was 3-0. They gave him the penalty because his confidences weren't great. That was Odegaard saying to Gyökeres, we believe in you. This is your moment.
I think when that happened, the Saltmeister said it was a sympathy penalty.
No, it's the other way around. What it is, it's saying to Gyökeres, what went with Havertz or Gyökeres?
No, when it happened with Havertz, I remember the Saltmeister, and he's laughing now because he knows it's true. He said it was a sympathy penalty, didn't you?
Back then I did. I didn't say that last night.
It started going on, wasn't it?
I didn't say that last night, but you could see it as such. I actually think Gyökeres needed the goal, to be fair, and I understand the decision that was taken by Saka and Odegaard. But I didn't realise, Perry, that this is the third time in 4 years that Arsenal have been top of the Premier League at Christmas, and obviously have not quite gone on to win the title. Is that a bad omen? Is that a concern?
Okay, well, let's come back to that in just a second, because I spoke to Mikel Arteta straight after the game and asked him what it means for his side, what he thinks it means for his side to be top of the tree at Christmas.
Very happy to win the game in a really tough place. I must take the opportunity as well to congratulate every Everton supporter, everybody at the club, and everybody who has put any effort into building this incredible stadium, because it was fascinating from the entrance to all the way to the pitch, the atmosphere that created. So we knew it was going to be tough. I think we were quite dominant in big parts of the game, and without scoring the second or the third one in the big chances that we had, we knew at the end it could be tense, even though we haven't conceded any chances.
Goal at Tynecastle. talkSPORT's David Tanner.
And the league leaders are in front. It's Hearts 1, Rangers 0. Acutely worked corner kick, and it was thrown into Stuart Findlay, who powered a header past Jack Butland from 6 yards out. Hearts 1, Rangers 0.
Yeah, it's a fourth goal of the season for Stuart Findlay. He got 2 really early in the season back in August, but hasn't scored since. But that was a brilliant header, rising higher than everybody else. The marking wasn't great, but it was a super header.
Was that Stuart Haaland? That was Erling Haaland, wasn't it? That sort of header where the ball comes in and just redirects it the opposite direction. You said there, a brilliant header from Findlay. But going back to, obviously, Arteta's interview with...
Didn't answer the question, yeah. So yes. Why don't you answer the question that Crook asked you?
What, about Arsenal being top now?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Because this is a different group of players. I think this is a different mindset with these players, because I said last night on the sports bar that it just took the pressure off. It takes the pressure off until the next Premier League game, because there was, as I said before, massive pressure. So what you want is, you want it to be in your own hands going into the next year, and it's exactly what's happened. And the Gyökeres, that was big cojones from Gyökeres to take the penalty, because he knew if he'd have missed it, the pylon would have come as well. So for him to actually say, yes, I'll take it, I think he scored 18 and 18, isn't he, for
Hold on, Perry. He cost a lot of money. He's a number 9. Of course he should want to take a penalty.
Alan Smith never took penalties. Alan Smith, who I played with for Arsenal up front, Golden Boot winner, 2 times he won the title, never took penalties.
Benjamin Šeško wanted to take penalty number 10 at Grimsby.
Well, yeah, and he got hammered for it, and rightly so.
Yeah, but then if you should take a penalty before the 10th one, shouldn't you, if you're centre forward?
Well, you would have thought so.
Right, so, Crookie, it's easy from the outside going... Not all centre forwards take penalties. Not everybody.
He does.
Yes, but...
He scored 18 out of 18.
But in the hierarchy of Arsenal penalty taker, Bukayo Saka is normally the Arsenal penalty taker. Then it normally goes to Odegaard. And then Odegaard, the captain, says, we're going to give it to you exactly like they did with Havertz on his sympathy penalty, what obviously Crookie said. But Crookie, if you remember, after that, I think that was the fourth goal, right?
I was going to
After
say,
that,
the circumstances are different, aren't they?
There's more pressure last night. Miles more pressure.
Yeah.
And it was
I
crucial.
agree.
This
I
penalty
agree.
was absolutely crucial.
Right.
But the fact that he wanted to take it, and he did want to take it,
Exactly.
I thought was really good for him. And I just felt that Arsenal took control of the game once that penalty went in. It was a really stupid decision by Jake O'Brien, which David Moyes couldn't explain why it happened straight after the game. But I actually thought it showed good... you said cojones. I will say it showed a good constitution. He stepped up and said, yeah, I'm going to have it. And he smashed it past Jordan Pickford. Crook, you asked the question about what it means to be top of the table. But you also said, I think we discussed this on Friday's show, that you felt after that game against Wolverhampton Wanderers that they'd had a little wobble, Arsenal.
Crookie have a day off.
And that you were worried a little bit about them and you thought it was ominous the way Manchester City were playing and you didn't think that they would win the title. Do you think that the next 5 games will define that? Not just the league games, but the Carabao Cup game as well, because they've got 4 of the next 5 matches at the Emirates Stadium. Palace in the Cup, Brighton, Aston Villa in the Premier League, 2 big games, Bournemouth away, and then Liverpool at home on Thursday, the 8th of January, live on talkSPORT.
Yeah, and this is a Liverpool side, by the way, who are right back in the mix now in terms of top 4. So that is potentially a tricky run of games. They are strong at home, no question about that. And I think it could be a good time to play Crystal Palace on Tuesday night. Looking at them at Leeds on talkSPORT 2 yesterday, it just looked like maybe the juice was starting to run out of their tanks. So I think it's a big January ahead for Oliver Glasner. Maybe we'll come on to that later in the programme. But if you gave me £100... And I fancied Arsenal a few weeks ago when they had that commanding lead. It's slowly been whittled down by the fact they've dropped some points away from home, and Manchester City are relentless at this moment in time. I think City will go on and reel them in as they have done in previous seasons, and I think City are my favourites to win the title.
This isn't the Man City of previous seasons. Trust me, even it looked comfortable against West Ham yesterday. We'll talk about later on. West Ham, when they actually went at Man City, they still had good chances in the second half. So this isn't the relentless Man City from previous seasons. Nowhere near.
Let's go back to Tynecastle because there's been a crucial goal in the title race in Scotland. Which way's it gone? David Tanner.
A massive goal for the league leaders. It's Hearts 2, Rangers 0, and it's a captain's goal from Lawrence Shanklin. The ball was headed down to him at the most acute of angles, and he somehow managed to beat Jack Butland at his near post. The goalkeeper won't want to watch that one again, but the Hearts supporters sitting at the top of the league will. Hearts 2, Rangers 0, 2 minutes to half-time.
9 goals for Hearts this season, 10 for club and country. He scored in that crucial game against Denmark, didn't he, Lawrence Shanklin? And he has taken that really well. I think Jack Butland will be absolutely furious with himself because although he's hit that hard and low, it's snuck in at the near post. And I think Butland should have done better.
Do you know what? When you look at it first time, it was a really good strike from Shanklin on the half volley, so he's got it on target.
Taking it early as well.
You think that it might have gone... Sometimes, when they go for the goalkeeper's legs and you think, all right, you haven't closed your legs quick enough, that actually goes past his left foot, which is nearer to the post. There's no way. It's looked like he's got diver's boots on there or someone tied his bootlaces together because he hasn't moved his feet quick enough. Top goalkeepers, make sure you get your angle right and you save that with your foot. And you just clear at your left foot. Shocking goalkeeping.
My view on the Arsenal title race thing is that I think they've done brilliantly to ride out what has been a bit of a difficult couple of weeks. I actually think this is a tough spell that they've had. But if you think about it carefully, they've lost just 1 of the last 22. That is an incredible statistic, bearing in mind that this has been their toughest period of the season so far. Yes, they weren't at their brightest against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Yes, they weren't at their most creative against Everton, but I also think he was managing the schedule a little bit by only making very limited substitutions yesterday and keeping back some of those figures for later on in the week, maybe even the Brighton game, because he wanted to make sure that they all had enough rest. They had a week off actually since the Wolverhampton Wanderers game, which is a rare midweek off. I think they've got the best creative talents. They've got in Matterface, who also scores goals. One of the things that City don't have is they don't have wingers that score goals. Arsenal do. Saka scores goals. Matterface scores goals. Trossard scores goals. Martinelli scores goals. They might not have the killer in front of goal like Gyökeres, but if Haaland gets injured for Manchester City, that takes pretty much 40% of their goals off the table, which would be of huge concern. Pep Guardiola was speaking after yesterday's 3-0, rather routine win against West Ham. They certainly had it a little bit easier than Arsenal. And the Manchester City boss spoke about the current state of his side.
in a good place, I'm saying, but I'll be honest, I could say, nah, everything is perfect. No, we have to do better. They defend in one different way, that, for example, they defend different than Crystal Palace. So the spaces to attack are different, the spots are different. You have to occupy, you have to do better, and today we didn't do that. That's why it made me sad. No, I'm so happy, I go home, I'm ready, but the margin made me realize the margin to improve is still massive. If you want at the end, March, April, fighting with the big clubs in Europe, with the big teams in the Premier League, to win the titles. Otherwise, it will not be enough.
Alex Crook is at Villa Park this afternoon. Manchester City, they're behind Arsenal by 2 points. Arsenal have been top of the table 4 times at Christmas before and never gone on to win the title. Manchester City love a chase. They love a hunt. Is this perfect for Pep Guardiola?
I sense he's got his swagger back. You know, last season I think he cut quite a frustrated figure because obviously they weren't hitting the previous high standards. I take on board Perry's point that they're more vulnerable this season than they were in their previous title-winning campaigns. They seem to hit flat spots in matches. They did it again yesterday against West Ham, where they become a little bit complacent. So I think they need to shake that. But I think he is enjoying the thrill of being very much back part of this title chase. And I go back to when Manchester City went to Arsenal. There was just a little bit more needle from Guardiola's side aimed at Mikel Arteta than we've seen previously. And that's he's very much.
Did you see what they did at the Emirates, Crookie? You having a laugh? He went.
I was there.
Bassett. He went Pep Bassett. He went 4-4-2.
No, I'm talking more about what he said pre-match. You know, pointing out how much money Arsenal has spent compared to Manchester City.
Well, you think he's rattled by Arsenal?
And Man City haven't spent any money since Pep Guardiola's been there.
Perry, you're totally missing my point. The fact that he tried to make that an issue tells me there's a genuine rivalry now between Guardiola and Arteta and between Manchester City and Arsenal.
Yeah, because it was a bit too nice
maybe we've not had
it?
previously.
It was a bit too nice before. They're all being very
It's so defensive, doesn't he, Perry, when we start talking about Arsenal?
He does. I actually wasn't
a criticism.
Do
you know what's amazing? It's amazing, right? I knew that last night's game with the pressure, that if it was a draw or a defeat for us, I've got a tin hat. I was actually going to put a tin hat on, right?
Sounds like you've got it on now because you're deflecting every 2 seconds.
Even we've gone top of the league. We're like top of the Champions League as well. And things are looking really rosy. And I think there's another level from this Arsenal team.
There is, yeah.
I don't think this Arsenal team have hit their straps yet. And you said managing the injuries.
That's what I was just saying. They've been managing the injuries. They've been getting through this period. I mean, the fact is, you think about all the problems that they've had defensively, but the fact that they've built this squad, that every position is covered twice, I think gives them a massive chance.
The only thing I would say is...
That does increase the pressure, though.
Yeah, absolutely, because Arteta said himself, I don't know if it was in yesterday's press or the one on Friday, that he's got 18 months left on his contract, and he knows that he has to win the Premier League or the Champions League for him to be given a longer-term contract, because he's been backed in the transfer window. Bert has done a really good job, obviously, the sporting director, like coming in. So he knows that this is the season. And the only thing I would say, sometimes you saw the game, Sam, commentating it, the 10 minutes at the beginning of the second half, Arsenal went too passive. They actually just dropped off. And then they got through that 10 minutes, and you could see Arteta saying, get further up the pitch, because that's what happened against Wolves, where they dropped too deep. I just think that he's maybe just got to release the hounds a little bit. You know, when you actually go, right, we've got to go for the throat here. We've got to take more.
We'll come back to that in just a second, because as you said, it is the season to be jolly if you're at Tynecastle and you're wearing the colours of Hearts. Half-time, here's talkSPORT's David Tanner.
Sam, it's Hearts 2, Rangers 0, and Hearts are halfway to a statement win in this title race. Rangers had the ball in the net in just 10 minutes. A corner was headed towards goal by Manuel Fernandes. It was touched home right on the post by Bojan Majowski. There were celebrations for a long period of time before VAR eventually drew the lines to spot that the striker was offside when Fernandes headed the ball towards goal. So no goal for Rangers at that point. The league leaders took the lead after 38 minutes. Stuart Finlay powered a header home from 6 yards following a smartly taken corner kick. And just 5 minutes later, it was 2-0 to Hearts when Lawrence Shankland, the man who wanted to join Rangers for free when he was out of contact in the summer, Rangers didn't fancy him at that time. He scored his 9th of the season with a cracking goal scored from the near post at a really, really tight angle. And he had a small target to aim for between the goalkeeper's feet and the post, and he did it a shocker for Jack Butland in goal. Rangers with it all to do if they're to get back into this title race. But at half-time, it's the league leaders' Hearts 2, Rangers 0.
Thank you very much, David Tanner. What a good first 45 minutes it has been for Derek McInnes and his team. And it's going to be a 9-point lead at the top of the table before Celtic play this afternoon. They go to Pataudry. We'll keep you updated on that. Let's go to Ali Pali, the PDC World Darts Championship. Joe Cullen taking on Mensur Suljovic. Here's TalkSport's Mark Wilson.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. It's one set apiece here in the second game of the day. Cullen raced into an opening set victory, winning the first 3 legs of the match. But Mensur Suljovic, the Austrian, he hit back to wrap up the second set. Cullen's just missed 3 darts to go 2 sets to 1 up. And Suljovic on throw is looking to level up at 2-2. Earlier on, Krzysztof Ratajski put in an outstanding performance to beat Ryan Joyce by 3 sets to 1. Ratajski through to the last 32 for the 4th successive year when he could face Gerwin Price or Wesley Plaisier. We're into the second set then, second game of the day. All the action over on talkSPORT 2 right now, where it's Joe Cullen 1, Mensur Suljovic 1.
And remember, you can listen to the darts coverage on talkSPORT 2 by downloading the talkSPORT app. Pretty easy. You can flick between the 2 stations and all of the darts action is there. Also, you can listen to some of the great podcasts that we do and some of the great content that just flies around on the TalkSPORT app. Download it. Give yourself a Christmas treat. Arsenal fans, you're top again at Christmas, but history suggests you won't go on to win the title. Well, will it be different in 2026? It just might be. Come and speak to Perry Groves, who knows a thing or two about winning the league with Arsenal. 03717 223344. You can text us 81089. We'll take your voice notes as well on WhatsApp. 03717 223344. This is TalkSPORT. It's talkSPORT, it's Matterface with GameDay Live with Perry Groves and Alex Crook here as well across the Sporting Universe today. Aston Villa take on Manchester United at 4:30 this afternoon. Hearts currently 2-0 up and stretching their lead at the top of the Scottish Premiership to 9 points. Celtic Aberdeen kicks off at 3 o'clock. I think I said earlier on that was at Pittodrie. It's definitely at Parkhead. Morocco take on Comoros at 7 o'clock in the Africa Cup of Nations as that tournament gets into full swing. In the League Cup quarter-finals, they're into the second halves of these games in the women's competition. Manchester City leading West Ham by 4-1. Chelsea 5-0 up against Liverpool now. It's an absolute thrashing for Chelsea. Arsenal still 1-0 up, slender lead over Crystal Palace away from home. And Manchester United and Tottenham ding-donging again, 1 apiece. In the National League, 4 times from earlier on, Brackley struggling towards the bottom of the division, beaten by Morecambe by 2-1. Solihull Moors 4-1 up against Sutton. He kicked off at 2 o'clock at Braintree, 0-0 currently with Hartlepool. Eastleigh are 1-0 up away at Gateshead. That was another 2 o'clock kickoff. And there are 2 4 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon. Boreham Wood going great guns in the FA Cup, where they will actually play Brackley in the next round of the competition. Carlisle, their opponents today. That's a 4 o'clock kickoff. Halifax against Wealdstone is also at 4 o'clock. Joe Cullen is 2-1 down. First to 3. We're back with Mark Wilson in around about 15 minutes' time. Premier Rugby this afternoon. Newcastle Red Bulls against Bath kicks off at 3 o'clock, and you are up to date on talkSPORT. So, we were talking about the title race, and we have 1 or 2 callers just asking us a question about another club, which we might get to in just a second. 0371722 3344. Crook and I are a little bit worried about you. We feel as if maybe the pressure is getting to you because it's Christmas. It's time to be jolly. It's time to be fun. But you sound a little bit amped up today. Are you feeling the pressure?
Not at all.
No?
Just happy.
You don't sound it.
Very happy.
Are you?
Can you imagine how it would have been if we'd got beat or drawn? You're having a laugh. So I can enjoy my little pigs in blankets, my little Brussels sprouts, a little bits of bacon around them on Christmas Day.
Yeah. You're happy about that.
Look forward to the festive fixtures.
How important is the League Cup to you?
If I'm being perfectly honest, I think that Arteta will make at least 8 or 9 changes. And if you said to me that we went out of the League Cup on Tuesday, but we beat Brighton in the next Premier League game at home, I'd take it. Because it's not being elitist. Obviously, the League Cup is the 4th priority. And Arteta will use it to give other players minutes in their legs. I wouldn't be surprised. Hopefully, like Gabriel might be over the bench or he might start for a half. Havertz obviously might be involved. So you get these players back fit again. So it's unusual to go to game at the Emirates and not feel the pressure of it is a must-win. Because it's the Premier League games and the Champions League games that are must-win games.
Timing obviously changes the narrative, and Crook has already mentioned that he thinks Manchester City are going to win the title now. Is that where you are at the moment?
Yep.
I know you
gave me
change your mind
£100
quite
at Go on City. No,
you keep changing.
So you're
going
to go City now for the rest of the season?
Because at the beginning of the season, after 5 games, it was Liverpool. It's definitely going to win the title. He said actually the title race was done. Then Arsenal. He's already said that he said it was going to be Arsenal, and now it's Manchester City. So it's not, and it isn't Christmas yet.
It must
You've
be
already
cold
changed your mind
at Villa Park with flip-flops on. have you gone Crocs and socks cricket?
But they played first this weekend and won. On the 27th, City play first again, but Arsenal then play before them for the following 2 fixtures. How does that change the narrative around both teams? You're a journalist. You follow these things. If the pressure goes on you, if you have to chase to get to the top of the table, doesn't it? And if there's an opportunity to open up a gap, sometimes it is better going first.
Yeah, and Bukayo Saka actually was asked about it on television last night, the extra emotion of knowing that Manchester City had got their job done and therefore knocked Arsenal off the top of the table. He played it down and said, no, we weren't emotional at all. Certainly not as emotional as Perry's been in the first half an hour of the programme.
It's about emotions, Crookie. About controlling your emotions.
It does. That scoreboard pressure does come into play, particularly when you get to the business end of the season. I personally think it is an advantage if you get to play before your rivals.
With Rodri back in training and the newer players settling in, there's only one place the title is going in May, and it won't be as close as you all think either, says one texter. Keep your calls and your texts coming, 03717223344. You can get in touch via text 81089. I think we need to give credit to Manchester City, don't we? Because if you look at, I think I mentioned this after the Borussia Dortmund game, and Crook will back me up on this, that I thought they were getting into the groove during that match. And I could see that Nico Gonzalez had really started to find his feet as a Premier League midfielder.
He was very good. I was at the Palace game, obviously, last weekend, and he's playing in the Rodri position a little bit deep. He's the one who drops deeper and tries to get all the passing moves going. If you look at Man City at the Etihad, they won the last 8 on the trot in the Premier League at the Etihad. So they're turning that into a difficult place to go and play. And that's mainly because, I know I was talking about Gonzalez in the midfield areas, Cherki and Foden playing in behind Haaland. You know, those three are just starting to find their feet, especially Cherki. But Foden's been in really good form for about the last 10 games. But Ryan Cherki, he gives you something different. You know, when you look and teams sit deep, and that's where Arsenal struggle sometimes, you know, for that bit of creativity. When you've got Foden with his owl's head and he can see everything that's going on, you know, 360 degrees around him. But when Ryan Cherki gets himself on the ball, he's got such good feet in and around the 18-yard box. And you know that they're going to create something when teams are sitting deep. So
that ball into to Haaland that then eventually ended up with Reinders. Yeah. That was terrific, wasn't it, from Cherki? The way he sort of squeezed it through the tightest of gaps.
Do you know what's there is where it was, but before that, he won a 50-50 with Fernandes.
Yeah.
And Fernandes pulled out of a tackle with Cherki. And what's Cherki, like 5'6", 5'7"?
Stocky though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but you've got to be going through plays there. But that was his what I call the happy feet. You know, when he plays a 1-2 of himself and goes right foot, left foot and back again. So that's where, and with Donnarumma, he's very much in the David Raya mould where Donnarumma still pulls off massive saves at important times.
Yeah.
And I saw the Palace game and said Palace could have been 1 or 2 up because I remember Pino had a great chance, hit the crossbar. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Crookie thinks it's going to be Man City. Man City are going to be there. They're going to chase and chase and chase. But I think there's going to be games where they're vulnerable in games and teams will take advantage of that. And I think Arsenal are just a bit better defensively in their organisation when they're under pressure.
Did they have a slight advantage in the fact that obviously they've already been to your place in the game that we talked about? You've still got to go up to Manchester for the reverse fixture?
Yeah, if it's in your own hands as well by the time Arsenal go there. And Crookie, you know, if you're going to win titles, you're going to have to go to places. And Man City will probably still be in a really rich frame of form. When we talk about when he went to the Emirates, that was a time when Guardiola knew that he couldn't take Arsenal on because he had to go. I've never seen Guardiola team do that ever in his coaching career. Go 4-4-2. You've got to try and beat us. Haaland gets a brilliant goal on the breakaway and they try and see the game out. I've never seen Man City do that. Man City are further down the line now. And what he said there in their development, but even he's saying himself, isn't he? No, can we just calm down a bit? We're not playing as good a football and we're not dominating games to go on and win the title. But
they didn't get a result at your place.
They're only going to improve. They drew 1-1, exactly. Yeah. I saw that as us getting a point rather than none, because obviously when Martinelli comes, great ball from Eza. So, and it's all, I like the needle when you said, I like that there's that edge with them because obviously Guardiola is the main coach in world football. Arteta's obviously worked underneath him. He sees Arsenal as their main threat now, other than Liverpool. So it's good to have that little bit between the teams and between the managers.
The other scenario that needs pointing out is that Arsenal have already actually played some very big fixtures themselves. They've gone to Chelsea. They've gone to Liverpool. They've yet to go to Manchester City, but they will do soon. And those
Villa.
fixtures, actually, they've been to Villa already. But if you look at those fixtures, the Villa fixture, the Chelsea fixture, and the Liverpool fixture, they haven't come away with very much. They've come away with 1 point from those fixtures. So they're going to have to really make sure that they up their game away from home in order to get something off Manchester City when they eventually do clash, which I think is the first game after the end of the January transfer window, isn't it? Or something like that, maybe. Maybe not. No, it's later in May.
But if you look at
April,
2 of those games, the Liverpool game you mentioned there, I thought that Arsenal controlled that game, but Szoboszlai gets a worldy free kick, and you go, okay, sometimes, you know, it's hats off. The Aston Villa game, either team could have won that going into the last, 20 minutes. And I think Arteta's changed his philosophy where I'd rather that Arsenal got beat trying to win games than get beat by trying to hold games off.
Because that was the point that actually you made just earlier on, which was sometimes he's got to release the hounds. And I wonder, Crook, if you feel that that is what's going to cost them in the final analysis, because you've been pretty critical about that in the past. And we go back to that Liverpool game where they lost by 1-0. You felt that he started with the wrong team selection that day.
Yeah, particularly when you look at Liverpool's run of form since then. I think if Arsenal were ever going to go to Anfield and win, which they haven't managed very often in recent years, it was a massive opportunity. There wasn't much between the two teams on the day. It was a brilliant free kick from Szoboszlai that won the game, but I didn't feel like Arsenal imposed themselves enough, and it does concern me that if we get to a situation, it would concern me if I was an Arsenal fan, where they're going to Manchester City and the two are still neck and neck, that Mikel Arteta's first priority will be to avoid defeat in that game rather than actually go and try and win it.
Crookie, I think you'd seen the Aston Villa game where at half-time he made the two changes. He brought on Trossard, brought on Gyökeres and thought, no, we're going to go and try and win. And even in the last 10 minutes, both teams tried to win the game. If you remember, Martinez pulls off a brilliant save from Odegaard. Saka has one cleared off the line. Then there's mayhem when Diaz scores because Arsenal not settled because they haven't got Saliba or Gabriel. So I think that Arteta has changed his mindset. I think he is going to try and win games. I was looking at the game yesterday.
You just said a minute ago you want him to release the Hounds.
Well, release the Hounds in...
Has he done it or not?
No, when you're away from home. The Everton game, you said yourself, Arsenal they actually controlled the game.
Yeah, most of it.
And there was another
didn't create very much. The only thing shots on target in the whole game.
Yeah, but again, lies down lies statistics. He hit the post twice. Trossard should score. That doesn't go down as a shot on target.
That Trossard shot hit the post. That's the same incident.
Yes.
Don't inflate it as an extra one.
No, but you're saying they only had one shot on target.
Yeah.
But that doesn't count.
So two shots on target.
Right, and Saka has one cleared off the line.
Yeah.
So those two...
That's part of the shots on target.
Yeah, so they're two created...
You just keep mentioning the same things over and over again.
They're two chances that are created from open play. So that you have to be clinical. And I thought maybe he could have put Madueke on yesterday because Everton's sitting deep and you need 1v1s. But if you'd said to Arsenal fans, you mentioned about this group of fixtures. The first 6 fixtures were really, really difficult before the first international break and went in then top of the table. Then you'd say, not good performance against Wolves, find a way to win it in the 94th minute. Weren't a brilliant performance yesterday, but you have to win those games. You have to win. Last season, we were drawing those games. That's the difference where you win them. And it is in Arsenal's hands. I just think you're going to see another level. I think you're going to see another level come up.
Well, Arsenal need to show another level over the next couple of weeks because they've got a lot of fixtures in the end of December and the end of January. In fact, they have got, if you go towards the end of January, there's 10 fixtures between now and the last day. In fact, I think it's 11. Palace, Brighton, Aston Villa, Bournemouth, Liverpool, Portsmouth, Nottingham Forest, Inter, Man United, Kara Almaty and Leeds all to play between now and the 31st of January.
I don't want any excuses about overload, fatigue, players being tired. That's why you've got this bigger squad. This bigger squad can handle those fixtures. I don't want the excuse about being tired at all. I won't buy that.
Going to do some calls next. 03717 2233 44. Now, it has been reported to me that earlier on today, I said that in order to give yourself a Christmas treat, you should download the talkSPORT app. But apparently I didn't get it right. I said, in order to give yourself a Christmas tree. Now, I don't think I did that. I think it was treat. It was definitely supposed to be treat. But if you thought that by getting the talkSPORT app,
what, you're going to get a free Christmas tree?
Going to get a free Christmas tree, let me tell you, that is not going to happen. We give away absolutely nothing for free.
What sort of tree is it? Is it a spruce? No?
We just give you a little bit of sparkle to put on top of it. 03717 223344 is the number to call if you want to give us a shout and chat Arsenal, chat Manchester City. And are we missing anybody else off from the title race? Maybe Aston Villa can earn themselves a place in the chat if they beat Manchester United this afternoon. This is talkSPORT. It's talkSPORT, Sam Matterface, Alex Crook and Perry Groves here live on talkSPORT this afternoon. It's game day live. Aston Villa at Manchester United is the big Premier League game. Kicks off at 4:30 this afternoon. Hearts are 2-0 up in the 53rd minute now against Rangers. It means they're stretching their lead to 9 points before Celtic play Aberdeen at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Manchester City 5-1 up going into the last few minutes of their game in the Women's League Cup quarter-finals against West Ham. Chelsea 7-1 up now. Arsenal still 1-0 up against Crystal Palace. 1-1 between Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur. In the National League, in the 2 p.m. kickoffs, Braintree 0, Hartlepool 0, Gateshead 1, Eastleigh 2. In the PDC World Darts Championship, Ryan Joyce is 3-1. He's lost 3-1 to Krzysztof Ratajski. Joe Cullen has just finished. So let's cross to Mark Wilson at the PDC World Darts Championship. Is he out?
He is out. Joe Cullen out. Loses 3-1 to Mensah Suljovic. Bit of a bad-tempered end to it as well, because Suljovic, who is a slow player anyway, really did slow it down. Cullen was 1-0 up. It levelled up at 1-1, and then Cullen crucially missed 3 darts to win the second set. He went on to lose that second set, and they exchanged the opening 4 legs of the final set before Suljovic managed to get the victory in the end. But Cullen clearly unhappy with the slow player Mensah Suljovic, and at the end they exchanged words, and Cullen almost was chased off the stage at the end by Suljovic. Quite a dramatic, bizarre ending. But the Austrian, he is through. He could face Luke Littler or David Davis in the third round. It's action continues. We've got Luke Woodhouse against Max up next. But Cullen is out. He's been beaten by Mensah Suljovic by 3-1.
Are everybody sleeping on Aston Villa? Here Perry goes again, making out Arsenal hard done by. They weren't the better team against Liverpool. They came for a draw. Why can't he just admit it? Hi, guys. Great show as always. Did I hear Perry say, haven't Manchester City spent any money? When Alex Crook was mentioning the rivalry and Perry got touchy. Asked Perry to compare the amount both Arsenal and City have spent since Arteta joined. City have 4 titles and a Champions League, including a treble, to show for it. What have they got? Shaz in Peterborough. Just like last season, Arsenal came to the Etihad not just to not lose the game. I expect the same again with City coming out on top, says Dave in Manchester. All Perry goes on about is buts and what and ifs and what about the chances that the other teams never really get a mention. Then he says Villa won't won because Arsenal were unsettled. Honestly, I've never heard so many excuses and ifs and buts. It's shocking.
It's not excuses, is it? You saw the Villa game, and I
was there. Yeah,
right. I thought it was a brilliant game.
Great game of football.
Both teams tried to win the game.
Yeah.
Aston Villa win it. Got no problem with that at all.
Yeah.
But I'm not disappointed with Arsenal's performance. I'm not making excuses. What I said was the mayhem that Aston Villa created in the last 5 minutes wouldn't have happened if one of Saliba or Gabriel was at centre half.
That is an if.
They would have calmed people down.
That is an if.
But can you imagine? No. We're sitting, I think it's brilliant, right? We're sitting top of the Premier League and top of the Champions League.
And you're so touchy about it.
I'm not touchy. No, it's still getting
Everyone's
criticism.
saying it.
Yeah, but we're getting criticism.
You're not getting criticism.
They are. They're all criticism.
They're not criticising at all. They're worried about you. They're worried about you ahead of Christmas.
I'm fine because I knew what was going to come and it didn't come.
Mark is an Aston Villa fan. He joins us live. Hi, Mark.
Good afternoon, gents. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Merry Christmas to you. What do you want to say?
We've beaten Man City. We've beaten Arsenal.
Yep.
We win today. We are 3 points from the top of the league.
You're an Aston Villa fan, yeah?
Yeah, oh, yes. I'm a realist. We are not going to win the league, but we've got to be in the conversation, surely.
Well, listen, I think you did everybody who isn't an Arsenal fan or a Manchester City, in fact, if everybody's not an Arsenal fan, a favour when you beat them because it blew the title race wide open. And I think that was great for the league, not great for Arsenal. Arsenal would have been much happier if they could still be in control of it. And it has, I think, unsettled them just a little bit. But you've got all of the elements, haven't you? And I don't think you're playing at your absolute maximum at the moment, do you?
No, not at all. Ollie Watkins has got to start finding the goal, but I don't think people give him the credit for the work he does down the sides and putting the ball in at all. And realistically, we've got to be aiming for top 4.
Do you think you're going to go big? The thing I don't think is fair, I must admit, because of the PSR rules, it's actually handcuffing teams like Aston Villa, like Newcastle.
You should be delighted with the PSR
no, yeah,
rules,
the thing
because
is,
if they could spend money, they'd be miles ahead of you.
Yeah, but I don't think it's fair. I've always said I think if you have the money, you should be able to go and spend it. So that is actually ring fencing the top sort of 5 with the revenue that's coming in. So the only problem I would say, Mark, is you need probably 2 or 3 players in the January transfer window. Are you going to be able to afford to go and get them?
I don't disagree.
We're only winding you up, Perry. We don't really believe that. Mark, good luck. Have a great Christmas. Enjoy it, and let's see what happens this afternoon. I know that the Crookmeister is very nervous about what is to come at 4:30 this afternoon. Hi, Sam. As an Arsenal fan and a season ticket holder, I've not seen Arsenal hit any heights the team can hit this season. That text message just disappeared off my screen. Hold on a second. We've had good games in Europe, but not in the league. We've always missed an important player at various points, and that would be our downfall in previous seasons. Odegaard, Saka, and now a central defensive pairing. I'm hoping we kick into gear at some point and really push on, but trust Arteta to really drive that forward in the new year. What we win next May is uncertain, but I have faith. On a side note, I think Reece James in central defensive midfield, if he stays fit, is a shout for England. And we might come back to that a little bit later on. But I actually agree with Manna, who sent that text message in. Perry will tell you, I actually think it would be great for English football if Arsenal win the league, because I think it says we trusted in a manager, we gave him the keys to the door, give him every opportunity to succeed, and he has. So long-term appointments can work, should work, and will work if you give them everything they need. And I think that's good for football. I think that when you look at Chelsea and they're constantly changing managers every 5 seconds, it's so frustrating for the supporters that they never really get someone to believe in. They find that very hard sometimes. You're used to it now. It's been happening for 30 years. But I think the idea that someone comes along, is given 6-7 years to try and do something with a football club and succeed and is given all the power, I think is almost a throwback to the old days. And I quite like it. But the manager has to have the vision and has to have the philosophy and principles that he's going to change the culture of the club around. That's what Arteta's done. He's changed the culture. Yeah. Didn't indulge the big time. Charlie said before. And I think it's a lesson to other clubs, but at some point he does have to deliver. No, I've said before, it is this season. I don't know if it has to be this season. It will be, Sam, because if he's made lots of incremental steps, but he is going to have to deliver. Can you imagine, Sam? Can you imagine this season with the strength of the squad and the money that's been spent in the summer transfer window to get players like Eze in, right, to put that squad stronger? That if Arsenal don't win the Premier League or Champions League, the outside noise and from some Arsenal fans will be that Arteta's taken Arsenal as far as they can. Now, so you think that if he doesn't win a big prize this year, he's going to go? No, I don't. No, because I don't want him to go, and I don't think he should. But you think he will? No, but there'll be noise, a lot of noise from existential reasons from the outside. I think even some Arsenal fans will start saying that Arteta's, taken as far as he could go. The one reason we are where we are, and I said it before, is because of Arteta, because he has changed the culture. And we were Manchester United, actually we weren't as Panthers Man United, but we were Manchester United for a period of time, coming 8th and 7th, and in consequence. So we are where we are because of him. But he said himself, and I agree with him, that he knows that this is the season. And football, the Man City fans, football's cyclical, right? They've been dominant. Right, we've had 6 out of 7 Premier Leagues. It goes in cycles. And I'm looking at this group of Arsenal players. The first one is the hardest one to win, whether it's the Premier League or the Champions League. Once you've won one, then you get the belief that you can go and win maybe 2 or 3 for real. But this season is pivotal in the players' careers and in Arteta's career, without any shadow of a doubt. I do think we should sort of think about where they were when he walked through the door and look at where they are now and assess it in those terms. Let's go to the top of the Scottish Premiership and find out what's happening at Tynecastle. talkSPORT's David Tanner. And it's Hearts 2, Rangers 0, but it should have been 3. Just a moment ago, Lawrence Shanklin was put through in front of goal. He was 10 yards out with the goal gaping, and somehow he managed to side foot the ball past Jack Butland's left-hand post. He scored a terrific goal just before half-time. But Scotland's top goal scorer in the Premiership should have made it 3 there, no doubt about that. Hearts 2, Rangers 0. I think Chelsea have just gone 9-1 up in the League Cup quarter-final against Liverpool. 9-1 they're winning away from home. This is talkSPORT. Sam Matterface and Perry Groves and Alex Crook on GameDay Live with Sky Sports. Don't forget that with now you can stream all of the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Aston Villa versus Manchester United, live today. Search Now Sports. Next, we're going to continue to take your reaction to yesterday's football, including looking back on Liverpool's 2-1 win over Tottenham Hotspur. Hey, good afternoon to you. It's Matterface and Perry Groves, and we're here through until 6:30 tonight before the final word with Alan Pardew and Majestic. We're talking through the afternoon's football action, including Aston Villa against Manchester United. That kicks off at 4:30 this afternoon. Hearts are leading Rangers by 2-0. Rangers on the offensive with a corner, but it's a terrible delivery, and Hearts able to get it clear and go on a counter-attack. They really are bossing the game, and right now they're bossing the Division 2. Morocco take on Comoros a little bit later on today in the first of the African Cup of Nations games. In the Women's League Cup, it's just finished. Chelsea 9, Liverpool 1, Arsenal 2, Crystal Palace 0. Both Chelsea and Arsenal are through. And so are Manchester United. They've come from behind again, this time to knock Tottenham out of the Women's League Cup. Manchester City 5-1 up against West Ham. That is coming to its conclusion written stoppage time. And we'll get to that in just a few moments when we've got a full-time score. Morecambe beaten Brackley by 2-0 in the National League. Also a win for Solihull Moors earlier today. Braintree against Hartlepool is still 0-0. It's just hit half-time there. Eastleigh 2-1 up away at Gateshead. It's half-time in that match as well. Boreham Wood and Carlisle, Halifax and Wildston both kicked off at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Ratajski has beaten Ryan Joyce. Joe Cullen is out of the PDC World Darts, and Max Hopp against Luke Woodhouse just about to get underway over on talkSPORT 2. Alex Crook is still alongside us. We were going to talk a little bit about Liverpool. We haven't really got that much time. So let's just quickly talk about his thoughts and feelings about Aston Villa, because you've seen them a couple of times, and you and I have both done their European games this season at various different points. And I think a little bit like our caller who suggested that he didn't believe that they'd hit full tilt yet. We felt the same. So if they do, can they not force themselves into the conversation, bearing in mind what you've already said about Arsenal being a little bit delicate sometimes, and Manchester City not being the Manchester City of old?
I still think it's difficult to make a case over a 38-game season for this Aston Villa squad to finish above both Manchester City and Arsenal. We were on air with Gabby Agbonlahor, weren't we, on Friday? Very well connected in these parts, and he was suggesting there wouldn't really be funds to strengthen in January, which I think is another big negative. You go back to this time last year when they were chasing Champions League football, they were able to sign Donyell Marlon on a permanent transfer. He's only really this season started to repay that fee, but they got Rashford on loan from Manchester United and Asensio, who came up with some big goals on loan as well. Without that kind of recruitment and those kind of reinforcements, I'm not sure they're going to last the cause. And actually, just talking to some of the local journos who watch Villa week in, week out, including our own Tom Ross, they feel that Villa maybe are overachieving with the results they're getting. They're scoring too many goals from long range. I know Morgan Rogers has told talkSPORT that is part of their game plan, but they're nicking games, aren't they? Even West Ham last weekend had to come from 2 down to win 3-2, only beat Wolves here in the Midlands derby by 1-0, and their European wins haven't been comprehensive either. So law of averages, sooner or later, I think that's going to catch them up. Who knows, maybe even today.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that, Perry Groves? Because it's something that me and Crook have been talking about on the Premier League All Access podcast for quite some while, actually, is the fact that they are overperforming on quite a lot of metrics. If you have a look at the XG table, you'll see that they're scoring far more goals than they're expected to. They're overperforming by 5.6 at the moment, which is the greatest XG disparity in the league so far. What does that tell you about Aston Villa?
And they've got very good technical players who can actually come up with big moments in the game. So if you looked at their home form at Villa Park in 2025, only Man City have won more points in that time at home. Aston Villa won 40 points. Man City won 46. And if you think the start that Aston Villa had, where they were awful at the beginning of the season, they've won the last 9 matches on the trot, all competitions, 15 last 17. And I think that you're seeing a group of Aston Villa players that 100%, you're talking about, managers and their philosophies, buying into Unai Emery. And I think Unai Emery's learnt from his time at Arsenal, where he indulged the big-time players, and too many egos, same at PSG. He's gone to Aston Villa. I was lucky enough to be at the first game that he took over when they played Manchester United, and they beat him 3-1 at Villa Park after Steven Gerrard left. I think when he left, they were 15th. And even then, you could tell that Aston Villa were better structured, and that was in one game. And we know they played the risk to reward, where, it's like to press, it's the high line. So other teams are going to get chances against you. But when you've got players like Tielemans, who is I think, been brilliant this season, especially a little bit further forward, like playing in the 10 position. You mentioned Morgan Rogers. Ollie Watkins was lacking confidence. Now he's got himself back nearly to levels that he was before. The thing that I would say is it's going to be the squad depth, because he's the Europa League Jedi, isn't he? So Aston Villa got more chance winning the Europa League than what they have of winning the Premier League.
Interesting you mentioned the squad depth. And Crook, we've talked about this as well, about the possibility of them managing to acquire new talent in January. Do we have to be a little bit realistic about Aston Villa when we're having this conversation? This is unbelievable, the trajectory that they've been on under their new owners. 7 years ago this week, do you know what was happening to Aston Villa?
Go on.
Relegated.
They were drawing 2-2 with Stoke City in their third straight season in the Championship. And all of a sudden, they're playing Champions League and then Europa League football and competing at the top end of the Premier League. So it's not really a massive surprise, is it, that, you know, because they've only been doing this for a few seasons, that the squad isn't as deep as other more established outfits?
No, and again, the journey they've been on under Unai Emery is incredible. When you go back to Steven Gerrard's final game in charge, I think it was live on talkSPORT, wasn't it? They got absolutely pummeled at Fulham, and they were relegation contenders at that stage. He steered them, Unai Emery, to safety quite comfortably, got them into Europe, got them into the Champions League last season, and here they are being talked about as genuine outsiders for a tilt at the Premier League title. I'll emphasise the word outsiders. I don't believe they're contenders at this moment in time, but if they were to make it 10 wins in a row in all competitions this afternoon, that is some achievement with the resources he's got. And you look back to the summer transfer window, the players they signed then aren't really making an impact, are they? Harvey Elliott obviously can't get a game. There's talk that Jadon Sancho might want to go back to Manchester United. That won't be entertained, by the way, by the Manchester United hierarchy. Lindelof is only playing a bit part. Gesson, I think the jury is out on him. So he's really relying on the players that were here in the first half of last season. I think he's done an incredible job.
Lindelof's played a few games recently, hasn't he? And he's actually been quite helpful to them. But the rest of them, as you say, they're all in and out rather than regulars. 03717223344. If you want to contribute to the debate, you can. Tottenham Hotspur lose again at home. Liverpool moving towards touching distance of the top four. So has the Mo Salah scandal, saga, whatever you want to call it, crisis, has it helped Arne Slot in the long term? We'll discuss that next. 03717223344. Hey, good afternoon to you. It is Game Day Live with me, Sam Matterface. We're 10 minutes away from team news in the game between Aston Villa and Manchester United. Here's talkSPORT's Alex Crook.
And there will be an awful lot of attention on Ruben Amorim's lineup in particular. With no Ahmad nor Mbumo due to AFCON, will Amorim adopt a new formation? And with Casemiro suspended, will the frustrated Kobbie Mainoo finally be freed and handed a rare Premier League start? No such concerns for Villa, who can cut the gap on leaders Arsenal to 3 points with a 10th win in 11 Premier League games. At Villa Park, it's Aston Villa against Manchester United.
Lots of set pieces for Rangers at Tynecastle, but any chance they might turn the corner? David Tanner.
In a word, no. It's Hearts 2, Rangers 0. First half goals from Stuart Finlay and Lawrence Shankland mean that Hearts are just over 10 minutes away from going 9 points clear at the top of the Scottish Premiership. Celtic, just behind them, have just kicked off in Glasgow. Hearts 2, Rangers 0.
We'll keep you in touch with that game between Celtic and Aberdeen. It's currently 0-0. Morocco take on Comoros at 7 tonight in the Africa Cup of Nations. The Women's League Cup quarter-finals, these have all just finished now. Manchester City threw off the thrashing West Ham United 5-1. Chelsea absolutely annihilated Liverpool 9-1 away from home. Arsenal beat Crystal Palace 2-0, and Manchester United came from behind to beat Tottenham by 2-1. In the National League, Morecambe and Solihull Moors got off to an early start with 2 victories. Braintree Town against Hartlepool is still 0-0. They're into the second half of that game, easily 2-1 up against Gateshead. Borehamwood, Carlisle and Halifax against Wealdstone kick off at 4 o'clock this afternoon. In the PDC World Darts Championship, Ratajski has already beaten Ryan Joyce. Joe Cullen is out, and Luke Woodhouse is 2 up in legs in the first set against Max Hopp. In the Prem Rugby, Newcastle Red Bulls take on Bath. That's just kicked off. It's still pointless. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT. And the Saltmaster Crookie is at Villa Park today, and he is with us here, and we are in the studio, Perry and I, for a rare jaunt to London Bridge. Now, listen, you've had a bit of a change of a wardrobe today, Crook, haven't you? You, for the first time in your life, you've actually succumbed to wearing glasses, haven't you?
Not quite the first time in my life. As a teenager, I gave it a go, and I didn't get on with them. No. I've been wearing contact lenses ever since, and yeah, you're right. Now I'm a bit maturer. Yes. I've gone back to the glasses.
A bit more mature. I don't think maturer is a word, but don't worry.
Are they the $1.99, $2.99?
Well, it's interesting because he's obviously a big superstar now, as you know. He's talkSPORT's big diva.
You think they're very focused?
I thought he might go for I don't know, because he's a bit of a Hugo Boss pair, or maybe a bit of Prada. Yeah. Maybe just go a little bit over the top. Maybe get himself some Gucci and go really far out there. Now he's a big superstar. But no, he has got a pair of 79.99. I mean, what we would used to call the NHS bulletproofers. Like,
you know what? I actually thought he might have the Jack Duckworth with a little bit of plastic.
A little bit of tape. Yeah, that'll come.
That will happen.
When I break them, that will come.
That will definitely happen.
Crookie, that's shelling out for you. 79 quid glasses.
I'm not going to go designer just yet until I actually want to wear them full time. They are very focused. So someone just asked me, are you long? Are you short-sighted? I think my eyes are just knackered. So, I just can't see.
I did text him a little bit of abuse. I said, does Perry seems to think that these are $2.99 Primark jobbies? He says, actually, they're £70 Specsavers ones, and can you tell Perry to take off his Arsenal tinted ones?
They're 2 for 1, aren't they, Crookie Specsavers?
50% discount at the moment.
There you go.
Black Friday deal.
You'll be when you actually sit on them, which you will do, you'll be devastated. You'll go back to the Primani ones, mate. Don't worry about that.
Oh dear. Okay, let's talk a little bit about yesterday's game between Liverpool and Tottenham at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What's the biggest story here, Alex Crook? Is it Liverpool managing to sort of reignite their campaign in the absence of Mo Salah, or is it this woeful home form that Tottenham Hotspur have been establishing?
I think probably the latter, although it hasn't gone unnoticed, as I've already mentioned, that Liverpool slowly but surely have climbed back into Champions League contention. But it's a new record, I think, for Spurs, most home defeats in a single calendar year. And obviously it was the manner of the defeat to go down to 9 men. maybe could have gone down to 2 8-men because there was the challenge on Milos Kerkez that looked a really nasty one as well. And I think the loss of discipline from senior players like Christian Romero is a reflection at the moment on the relationship between Thomas Frank, the new manager, and the Tottenham players. I don't think they're giving him the respect that he deserves at this moment in time, and certainly didn't with their behaviour yesterday.
Crookie, do you know what? This is going to be a first. I actually agree with you, because I think, I said at the time, this goes back to the game where Jed Spence and Van der Ven walked off the pitch, and they blanked him, didn't they? And they just walked straight past him. And if you're trying to exert your authority, I would have dropped those two, and I know Van der Ven's their best player, and Jed Spence, like England national, I'd have dropped both of them for the next game and said, I'm in control of this dressing room, I'm in control of what goes on here on the pitch, not you, because I think there's too many egos at Spurs at the minute, and I think there's a culture problem. And you mentioned there, Romero's supposed to be one of their leaders. He's supposed to be one that should be calming everybody down. He's the one who's losing his head. So that was all about emotions yesterday.
I've been lucky enough to go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium quite a few times over the course of this season so far. And Crook knows my feelings on this because he's actually said what I said to him a few weeks ago. The fact is that I look at those group of players and I don't think they're fully on board with what the manager is trying to do. And I don't know whether that's a communication problem, if he hasn't sold it properly. So long, Christian Romero has been on the edge, right? I don't know. He's obviously been off with an injury earlier this season, but he's already picked up 9 yellow cards. I don't think he's started 14 Premier League games, and he's picked up 9 cards. This was his first sending off, actually, since that night. Do you remember that night against Chelsea on I think it was the 5th of November, 2023? It might have been. I think it was 2 years ago.
When they went down to 9.
When they went down to 9.
And they still kept playing the high line. Postecoglou kept playing it, yeah.
That was the last time
Jackson get a hat-trick?
he was sent off, yeah. But he has got a discipline problem. There's no doubt about that.
Also, you look at, we talk about Men in Black later on, you look at the Simons challenge on Virgil van Dijk, and that's premeditated. He actually meant to do that, and people say he's not that sort of player. I don't buy into that. You're doing.
He says he didn't. He came out last night on Instagram and said that I didn't mean to do it.
Yeah, but
I was never intentionally trying to hurt someone, especially not my national team captain.
That's my point. It's his national team captain, right? So he's going to say, I'm so sorry.
I think you could see he was almost in tears, Perry. He was devastated.
Don't do it. Do you see where the ball was, Crookie? When Virgil van Dijk had the ball, right, it was on his right foot and he's playing it. He actually treads on his standing foot, which is a yard away from where the ball is. So he puts his studs up and rakes him down the back of his calf muscle, and he looks away to pretend he's not doing it. He does that, and it's premeditated and done on purpose.
We're going to do
crocodile tears. Do one.
We're going to do this on Men in Black. But what's worse, him meaning to do it or him not meaning to do it, Crook?
Oh, well, worse would be him meaning to do it, obviously, because it's never a good look when a player goes out to hurt a fellow professional. I don't think he did mean to do it. Maybe
if he didn't mean to do it,
then
what was he doing?
Yeah, where's he challenging the ball?
I don't think he meant to do it, but I cannot fathom what on earth he was trying to do in that circumstance.
Does that tell you where his head's at the moment?
That's my point, really.
Player new to the league. Obviously, it hasn't really worked out for him, certainly not in the Premier League. A lot of the fans have been on his back already. I think he's just fried, to be honest, and he's just
maybe
he's made a mistake.
And he's one of those players who I think he's just too eager to impress, actually, Xavi Simons.
Yep.
But if I ask you about Christian Romero, this is his 4th yellow card, 4th red card whilst he's been in Tottenham's employ. Now he's had 8 career red cards now, 4 at Tottenham Hotspur. He hasn't been there that long. That's a lot of red cards. That is a discipline problem, isn't it? He is a hothead. He is a liability.
Yeah, but he's
supposed to be the captain.
Exactly. Well, he pretends that he's the hard man, isn't he? Like, the old-fashioned centre half. I'm not going to take any sort of stick from centre forwards. I'm going to dominate him. He got booked. His first one was for dissent because he was too easily eased out the way for Ekitike's goal. That's not a fact. If you're a proper centre half, you back into Ekitike to stop him from heading it properly, and he gets a little touch in the back, goes flying, then gets booked for dissent. That is so cheap, it's scary for a player who's supposed to be experienced.
I think the issue here is that because of the fact that Tottenham Hotspur have frittered away so many points at home, there's a lot of anxiety around the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium anyway. It doesn't need to be amplified by stupid decisions on the field of play. And the erratic performance against Slavia Prague that I witnessed, where they could have conceded 2 or 3 as well as scored 3 goals. I mean, they got 2 penalties and an own goal in that game in order to win it by 3-0. And they're playing Slavia Prague, who are one of the poorest teams in the Champions League. But to consistently struggle in the games at home is a real worry for me. And I think if you're Thomas Frank, you've got to somehow get a handle on this dressing room. And after 2 players being sent off last night, he came out and defended both those players and said that it wasn't a red card for Simons. And he said that you should understand the feel of the game and not send off Romero because it was just 2 big guys fighting. And he says the officials were the reason for the defeat.
First and foremost, I'm extremely proud of the players and the team. I think the mentality and the character they've shown throughout the game from the first minute. I think we were very good the first 30 minutes as well. And then there's a big thing we've been working on is how we're dealing with setbacks in games and how we're dealing with, the first red and the 2 goals, and still staying in the game, keep going and getting a 2-1 goal and get very close to get the 2-2. I actually think we probably deserved the 2-2 goal overall, and that would have been a fantastic result on a night like this when things not going your way. So that's the biggest thing I take away. We can always discuss. I think we got on the wrong side on 4 big decisions today. I'm not saying all of them were blankly wrong. Just think we got on the wrong side. I think for me the biggest thing is the second goal. I don't understand how that cannot be disallowed.
Well, it's interesting that he makes those points. We're going to talk about that in Men in Black a little bit later on. But was he right to come out and defend his players after a tepid first 45 minutes?
Well, he's trying to galvanise what you're talking about, like a togetherness, a team spirit, where he's had the interview, hasn't he, where he criticised Spurs fans for booing Vicario, and he said, you're not proper fans. He's trying to get a spirit and he's trying to get a togetherness from the players and the fans.
Is he trying too hard?
Well, I'm just worried. I think he's a very, very good manager, but I think at a club like Spurs, which is a big club, you've got to have a big personality and you've got to have a big character. And it might be, when you interview him, Sam, when he's at Brentford, always very engaging. He always
Absolutely.
doesn't matter if they get beat, whether they win, whatever, and always gives it sort of straight answers.
He'll give you an honest answer to any question that you ask.
But it's different. It's a completely different scenario when you're managing Tottenham Hotspurs because it's amplified like 20-fold for how big a club that they are. And I think he's struggling to come to terms of how big the club is. I think he's struggling with, we said about the big egos there with the Romeros and the Van der Vens, even Jed Spence said about his attitude when he walked off. But one thing I will say is, I didn't get yesterday when I saw the formation, which was like the 4-2-2-2, which I try and get because you want to have that extra body in midfield to stop Liverpool dominating. I didn't get why Richarlison wasn't starting because he's in the best form he's been in for a while. He's their top scorer. I know you don't rate him individually, but he is scoring goals. This season, he's their top scorer. Before yesterday's game, he had 7 goals, 6 in the Premier League. And historically, he has a really good record against Liverpool. So I didn't get that. I think sometimes if you look like Colin Warner, I think Richarlison just started instead of him. When he come on, he was a disruptor and he actually gets his goal. And
then almost got himself booked.
Yeah, but all right, so you get booked, but they needed something. Tottenham needed something, and the fan needed something. He gave them that. So
is he their best striker? I'm not sure he is. I think Randolph Kolo Muani is their best striker.
No, but this season is because he's their top goal scorer.
Yeah,
and in good form.
He is because he's their top goal scorer, but he hasn't scored many goals. He's not got 11. He's got 6.
No one else has. No, he's got 8, 7 in the Premier League.
Everyone else has been
injured. But he's
injured.
still scoring goals, Sam.
Yeah, he is, and that's
so play
great.
your
He's
players
scoring
that are
goals in defeats.
But that's not his fault. That's everybody else's fault around him because they're not defending.
He's not scoring the first goal in a tight game between 2 big heavyweights.
Because
he's scoring
the
last goal in a game where he's come off the bench against a Liverpool team that are backpedaling and Tottenham are throwing everything at them. He's scoring a goal in a PSG game.
Hold on, right. I'll put that down there. So it doesn't count.
No, it's not they don't count, but I don't think, if you ask a Tottenham fan, I don't think they think he's the answer to all our problems.
No, at the moment he is because he's in form. None of the other forwards are scoring goals.
Let's get through the lineups of today's big game. Aston Villa against Manchester United kicks off at 4:30. Our chief football correspondent is Alex Crook, and he has all the details, all thanks to Betfair.
And it's just one change for Aston Villa from the side that came from twice behind to beat West Ham last time out. Emi Martinez returns in goal, with Bizot dropping to the bench. As for Manchester United, no Kobbie Mainoo in the matchday squad. We're told he picked up a minor injury in training yesterday, so we'll never know if he would have got the nod ahead of Agate to replace the suspended Casemiro. 3 changes in total, with Ahmad and Mbumo also unavailable due to AFCON. In come Dorgu and Sheshko alongside Ugarte. So the two lineups in full for Villa. Martinez in goal. The back four is Cash, Konsa, Lindelof against his old club, and Maatsen, Kamara and Onana in midfield. McGinn, Tillemans and Rodgers behind Ollie Watkins up front for United. Le Mans in goal. Yoro, Heaven and Shaw the back three. Still no Maguire or De Ligt in the squad. The wing-backs are Dalot and Dorgu with Fernandes and Ugarte in midfield. That means Mateus Cunha and Mason Mount in behind Benjamin Šeško in attack.
Those lineups were brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage. 18 plus begambleaware.org. Let's quickly get to Chris Mason at the PDC World Darts Championship. Chris, what's happening?
Afternoon, Sam. Well, we've already seen Ratajski get the better of Ryan Joyce 3-0. And Ryan Joyce, remember, was a player who was the only one to push Luke Littler last year, and then a game that's left everybody a little confused. Mensah Suljovic almost slowing it down to a standstill against Joe Cullen, who left the stage not a happy camper. Luke Woodhouse is on stage against Max Hopp, the German. He's yet to drop a leg. He averaged 107 in set 1 and just run through set 2, 3-0. Needs just one more set.
talkSPORT 2 is the place for live darts coverage, and you can download our app and give yourself a Christmas treat, and you can listen to talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 to your heart's content. This is talkSPORT Game Day Live with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it, book now, enterprise.co.uk. Next, we're reacting to those teams. Aston Villa against Manchester United, which kicks off at 4:30 this afternoon. Kobbie Mainoo picked up a knock during training this week. This is Game Day live on talkSPORT with Sam Matterface, Perry Groves and Alex Crook across the sporting world today. Aston Villa take on Manchester United at 4:30. Kobbie Mainoo not in the matchday squad today because of an injury picked up in training this week. Morocco take on Comoros at the first game of the Africa Cup of Nations. In the Women's League Cup, the quarter-finals, Manchester City, Chelsea, Arsenal and Manchester United have gone through today. There were wins in the National League for Morecambe and Solihull Moors. Braintree and Hartlepool currently locked at 0-0. Eastleigh 2-1 up against Gateshead, both those games in the second half. Boreham Wood, Carlisle, Halifax Town against Wilston kick off at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Ratajski has beaten Ryan Joyce. Joe Cullen is out of the PDC World Darts Championship. Max Hopp is taking on Luke Woodhouse currently. Woodhouse 2-0 up in sets. Newcastle Red Bulls 7-5 up against Bath in the Prem Rugby, and you're up to date on talkSPORT once we tell you that Hearts have extended their lead at the top of the Scottish Premiership table. Here's David Tanner.
They have, and it finished Hearts 2, Rangers 1. Rangers, Yusuf Chamiti scored with the last kick of the ball, but it was too little, too late for them. Rangers had to win this one, and they lost it. Hearts were already certain to be the first team from outside Glasgow to lead Scotland's top league at Christmas time. Since Aberdeen in 1993, they showed their title chops by effectively ending Rangers' title hopes. Hearts making it 4 wins out of 4 against the old firm clubs this season. After Rangers had a Bojan Miovski goal rightly ruled offside, Hearts had the game won by half-time. Following a corner, Stuart Finlay powered home a header. The second was scored by captain Lawrence Shankland. He beat Jack Butland at the near post. A major miscalculation by the Rangers goalkeeper. Danny Rawls suffers his first league defeat as Rangers manager. It's the club's first away defeat since Boxing Day. But there are no positive for Rangers, who, whenever in possession, were hunted down by Hearts. The league leaders outclassed Rangers then. Hearts are now 12 points ahead of Rangers, and as it stands, 9 ahead of Celtic, currently in action against Aberdeen. Hearts 2, Rangers 1.
Yeah, if it stays the way it is, it'll be 8 points, because Celtic currently getting a point against Aberdeen. 27 minutes gone there. It's Celtic 0, Aberdeen 0. And obviously this is a massive result for Hearts getting over the line, because Rangers did throw it at them towards the end, and it was important for them to get 3 points, because they've got to try and keep a bit of distance between them and Celtic, David.
Yeah, very much so, Sam. December is the time of year where teams really prove themselves as title challengers, and they had a bit of a stagger in November, but that's then won their last 3 games now. They've beaten Celtic at Celtic Park, they've beaten Rangers now, and they've shown that when faced with a big challenge from the old firm, they can do it. Lawrence Shankland is now the top goal scorer in the SPFL Premiership. He was desperate to go to Rangers in the summer, went out of contract. Russell Martin, the Rangers manager, didn't fancy him, and they didn't sign him. What a blunder that was. We all knew it was a blunder at the time. Rangers didn't, and now they've really been made to pay for it. He's been terrific for Hearts this season. And Derek McInnes, the manager, I've said it for years, that every time Rangers sack one of their failed managers, he's the guy they should have appointed. Well, now he's got a great chance to win this league with Hearts, and this is a genuine title challenge, Sam.
Celtic 0, Aberdeen 0. Celtic have missed a couple of chances already. David, thank you very much for your contribution. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Kobbie Mainoo is not in the Manchester United squad today. Alex Crook is at the game for us this afternoon, Villa Park. Big opportunity for Ugarte in the centre of the park, but all the headlines are going to be about why Kobbie Mainoo isn't in the team. What is the injury? How did he sustain it? And is it because of all the drama, or is this genuinely a proper ailment?
Well, details are sketchy at this time. Our Manchester United sources are telling us that it was a small injury that he picked up in training yesterday, hence he's not made the short trip down to Villa Park. But the conspiracy theorists amongst us might suggest maybe it could be related to that social media post of his half-brother wearing a free Kobbie Mainoo t-shirt at Old Trafford. I know people close to Mainoo are doing their best to distance him from that social media message and insist that he doesn't want to bring any negative publicity to Manchester United, but it isn't ideal, is it? Because this could have been an opportunity for Mainoo to finally stake his claim for a starting place with Casemiro suspended. As it is, Ugarte comes into the team, and you look at the lineup actually with the two players, or three players, with Mazraoui as well away on African Cup of Nations duty. Casemiro suspended, no Maguire in the squad this afternoon, no De Ligt either. They've got two goalkeepers on the bench, Manchester United. Lisandro Martinez, who's still feeling his way back to full fitness. Xerxes, Tyrell Malacia, lesser spotted back amongst the subs. And then youngsters Fredrickson, Jack Fletcher, Shea Lacey and Bendito Mantato. Wow. So this is going to be a difficult period for Ruben Amorim to navigate while those three players are off at the African Cup of Nations.
So if this is discipline action from Ruben Amorim, which we don't think it is, because we think it is a small injury. They would probably tell you otherwise. Yeah, he's pretty open in that regard. But actually, do you know what? Kobbie Mainoo would be pretty useful this time for Manchester United with all of those people that are absent and the injuries that are there. I think the issue here comes from the fact that a lot of people just anticipate that Kobbie Mainoo sits at home on his mobile phone and has his own Instagram account, because Andy Goldstein put a picture up of him in a free Kobbie Mainoo outfit earlier in the week, and it was liked by Kobbie Mainoo's account. And the first thing I said when Crook raised that with me was, don't think for 1 second that Kobbie Mainoo is the person that is pressing that button.
Kobbie Mainoo's people.
Kobbie Mainoo does not do Instagram, right? It's somebody else who manages his account for him. Trust me. It happens to all of them, all the top players. Maybe one or two of them have got access to their account and they might do the odd bit themselves, but most of the activity is done by somebody else.
But if that's the case, you're a player, you employ these people, they work for you, or the people around you. So you say to them, you don't put anything posting, whether it's on X or it's on whatever, unless you run it by me first, because the ramifications are going to come back to me. I'll give you another conspiracy theory with the Kobbie Mainoo injury that you picked up yesterday in training.
Well, we think it is an injury.
Right, an injury. I've known players that have watched the shadow play and watched formations and realised that you're not going to play, and all of a sudden then you get a slight calf muscle or a slight...
What, you've done that yourself?
No, I haven't. I've known players because I was never in the shadow play. Don't worry about that.
You were sitting on the bench.
I was just waiting for him to get injured in the shadow play so I could go on.
I don't think he would have started this afternoon. I think Ugarte would have started anyway.
But that's my point, Crookie. I think that's my point, where he's realised he's not starting and he's like, no, I'm not going to be part of it.
Has the whole free Kobbie Mainoo T-shirt, sweatshirt, whatever it was thing actually backfired? Because when he came off the bench on Monday night, the Manchester United fans were very much in the Kobbie Mainoo corner. They gave him a standing ovation when he came onto the pitch, which I think was maybe a little bit over the top, but you know, it's their player, they can do what they like. But now has the mood sort of slightly turned, because you don't really go against Manchester United as an institution if you're one of their players? Is that the feeling, Crook? What's happened?
Well, I think Manchester United fans are very loyal. Certainly the match-going supporters, they're loyal to their managers, they're loyal to players as well, particularly those who've come through the academy. And I think a lot of them are perplexed at Kobbie Mainoo's fall from grace. The fact he went from a regular starter in a team that got to the European Championship final with England, scored the winner against City in the FA Cup final, and hasn't been able to kick on under this manager. But I do think what his half-brother did will lose him a bit of sympathy amongst the Manchester United supporters. No question about that. And I think it's also interesting that Ruben Amorim has chosen this period when he's getting a lot of questions about Kobbie Mainoo and some of the other academy players who maybe haven't got the opportunities that some reporters who cover the club regularly feel they should, to expose the fact that some of the young players coming through at United have a sense of entitlement. And actually, if you look back in recent seasons, the players who've caused Manchester United aggravation, a lot of them have come through that academy. So maybe there is a deep-rooted issue here. I'm not saying that is the case with Kobbie Mainoo, but you look at Alejandro Garnacho. We all know that Marcus Rashford wasn't the model professional towards the end of his Manchester United career. Both of those players came up through the academy.
It's interesting, and I thought it was absolutely fascinating that he suggested that whatever happened to the time when young players, after being left out of the team, just fought for their place. 03717223344. Big opportunity for Ugarte today. He starts. Sesko starts for the first time since November the 1st, and that 2-2 draw at Nottingham Forest. Lindelof, playing against Manchester United for the first time, starts a third consecutive game for Aston Villa. And Emi Martinez is back in goal for the first time since Saturday the 6th of December when they beat Arsenal by 2-1. They're looking for 10 out of 10, Aston Villa. Will they get it this afternoon against Manchester United? The best place to be is right here on talkSPORT. It's Game Day Live with Sky Sports. Don't forget that with Now, you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Aston Villa versus Manchester United, live today. Search Now Sports. Next, it's the return of everyone's favourite feature, Men in Black. You're listening to Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Sam Matterface, Perry Groves and Alex Crook across the sporting world today. Breaking news reaching us in the last few minutes that Liverpool think that Alexander Isak has sustained a significant lower leg injury. He's having an MRI scan today, the results of which will determine how long he's going to be out for, but it seems pretty significant. Alexander Isak, who in the process of scoring his goal yesterday picked up an injury, seems to have a significant lower leg problem. And we'll try and find out some more details over the next few hours, but that does seem to be quite concerning for Liverpool Football Club and the most expensive player in British history. Aston Villa against Manchester United kicks off at 4:30 this afternoon. Kobbie Mainoo not in the squad. Ugarte starts. Šeško starts for the first time since the 1st of November. And Victor Lindelof and Emi Martinez are in the starting lineup for the Villa. Lindelof starting his third consecutive game. In the Women's League Cup quarter-finals, Manchester City thrashed West Ham. Chelsea took apart Liverpool by 9-1. Arsenal won and so did Manchester United. Morecambe and Solihull Moors won in the National League, easily on their way to doing so as well. It was a 0-0 draw between Braintree and Hartlepool, although that's just coming to an end. In the PDC World Darts Championship, Ratajski is already through. Joe Cullen is out. Woodhouse has just gone through as well. And the Newcastle Red Bulls are 7-5 up against Bath in a 3 p.m. kickoff in the Prem Rugby. This is talkSPORT, and it's time for this. Yes, it's time for Men in Black, everyone's favourite feature, where we go through some of the big refereeing decisions of the weekend by giving a little eagle eye on the VAR calls. And we're going to start with the incident at St James's Park. Is the Crookmeister going to be here for this one as well? Good, because I like I like to get his.
Have you got your X-ray specs on, Crookster?
Opinion on these decisions. Christian Romero's red card, Chalobah on Gordon, James on Barnes, and an incident involving William Saliba coming up. Let's start at St James's Park. Andy Madley is the referee. Peter Banks is the VAR. Chalobah and Gordon come together as the ball's going out for a goal kick. Chalobah puts his right leg across the left leg of Anthony Gordon and slams into him with all of his body weight. Now, the referee's call of no penalty was checked and confirmed by VAR, with a contact from Chalobah on Gordon deemed to be side to side in a shielding action and the ball within playing distance. Perry Groves, was this a penalty?
What an absolute load of nonsense. 100% it's a penalty. Maybe Anthony Gordon's reputation has preceded him, because we know that we call it the Gordon sound, you know, where you put your leg across the opponent to try and sort of induce contact. This time he didn't, because he's running towards the byline. Chalobah comes in, he puts his right foot across him, but it's not shoulder to shoulder, it's his shoulder in the back of Anthony Gordon's shoulder. You're not, you know, when you go run side by side and you shoulder someone, he's knocked him completely off balance. Andy Madley, the referee, if you're looking at that, right, you should be giving that as a penalty, but you could give him an excuse and go, maybe the angle's not quite right, you might be looking right down the tunnel at it.
But how Peter Banks,
that's the
one
point,
of the most disciplinarian of officials,
that is the point,
hasn't asked him to at least go to
with all the angles that he has,
is baffling, isn't it? Because this is full force. This is not just a shoulder charge. This is a proper barge.
Get off the ball. It is.
And it's the way he leans into it properly and puts his leg across. And listen, I don't want it to be a penalty, obviously, but it is.
Yeah, in every way, shape or form. Crookster?
Stonewall penalty. And it was a massive moment in the game, because it was 2-1 at that stage, so it would have given Newcastle the opportunity to go back 2 goals in front. I don't see Chelsea coming back from that. So I thought Eddie Howe handled himself really well, actually, post-match, by not saying too much, but saying enough to voice his displeasure. He would have been seething inside.
Do you think there'd be a letter in the post to the PGMOL from Newcastle?
We don't want it anymore.
Is that, or is it an email? Is it a mail?
Maybe a little WhatsApp, you never know. Celtic have taken the lead against Aberdeen. They lead by a goal to nil. Benjamin Nygren with the goal in the 39th minute. And boy, did he celebrate that. He missed a chance just beforehand as well. Aberdeen have come roaring back and tried to have a couple of opportunities of their own. But Nygren's goal has put Celtic in front, and it has been quite an end-to-end game up until this point. Reece James pulled back Harvey Barnes outside the area very, very late in the game. In fact, this is right in stoppage time, and Barnes is steaming through the middle, and there's a little tug by Reece James. Now, I must admit, the more I've watched this, the less I'm convinced that this is the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. What do you think?
I actually think there's not enough, because Harvey Barnes gets the goal side of Reece James. Reece James has a little panic up initially where he goes just to grab on. Then he lets him go. Then Harvey Barnes realises that he isn't going to get the ball. And then Harvey Barnes then goes to the floor. So I would go, there's not enough to overturn that. I don't think that's... And I think it was probably outside the box anyway.
Well, it was.
Yeah. And
it could have still been a red card.
But that's late in the game. But I don't think there's enough in that incident to give a free kick. So I think they got that one.
What worried me about this incident was the fact that Andy Madley stopped, waited, looked over with the whistle in his hand and very close to his lips, and then just kept looking over at his assistant to see if he could get any indication as to whether or not he was going to get any help. whether he was going to be told that it was.
Or he was offside, or, he's looking, and you're nearer.
He was unsure.
Yeah, and you're nearest to
He
it.
was unsure. So it goes to VAR. There's no clear evidence to overturn the eventual on-field decision, which was no denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Crook?
I agree with you about the concern that the referee's instant reaction was to look over for some help, and that for me has been a problem with the technology right since it came in. I think referees are reluctant to make big calls themselves, knowing they've got the safety mechanism of someone else helping them referee it from miles away in a television studio. But I agree with Perry. I don't think there was probably quite enough in this one.
OK, we've got some others to go through, but I'm not really going to spend too much time on the next two, which is the two in the Tottenham Hotspur game that we've already looked at. Xavi Simons, it's a sending off, that's it. Christian Romero, second yellow card. He's got no choice but to send him off. John Brooks has got no choice. He's on a yellow card. He got the first one for dissent. He's kicked out at Konate. There's no choice for John Brooks. He has to give him a yellow card.
You know what's quite fun though with Konate? He was going to hold his face, right? And he thought, well, no, I can't overjudge it with my face. Then he just went down. I know he's on the floor, but like big, strong centre halves and centre forward, just like rolling about. You're like, have a day off, mate.
Yeah. Hugo Ekitike, I suppose this is part of the problem with this one as well. When Hugo Ekitike rose to score Liverpool's second goal, there was a suggestion of a possible foul in the back of Christian Romero. And actually, Thomas Frank was pretty critical of the refereeing in this particular incident.
I also think we got on the wrong end on two. You can see there's probably a reason why the whole team reacted as they do. I think that's probably a good indicator. Normally, if it's one player reacting, if the whole team, probably because there's something about it. I think that's we all played football enough and seen enough football. There's something probably around that. So I can't see if it's right or wrong that he gives the first yellow. Second yellow, I see two big boys competing. Konate is absolutely smashing through Kuti. It's a foul. It's not nothing. I'm not saying more. His foot landed on Kuti's head. Not a yellow. I'm not saying that. Kuti makes a reaction. I think I guess it can be given, but also I guess it can be not given.
Two arms in the back of Christian Romero is the accusation here. You just talked about the big, strong defenders going down and making a massive fuss. I mean, if you look at the still image of Christian Romero, both his legs are up in the air, tucked behind him like he's doing some sort of tuck jump. His arms are splayed out wide in mock pain because Hugo Ekitike has tickled his back.
He looks like he's just released a parachute. You know when you release a parachute and you arch your back, then your arms go out? Ekitike does brilliantly because he gets up early. And what happens when you get up early? You end up using the defender for leverage. And what he's done is, as he's got up, he's put his hands on he hasn't pushed him, he's put his hand, and he's folded. When it's coming in, you should be touch tight to the centre forward, number one. And what you do is you back into the centre forward to make sure that he doesn't get a clean header. That just epitomises what is wrong with Spurs at the moment, is you've got your supposedly like World Cup winner centre half throwing himself to the floor instead of engaging in the physical contact. So there's not enough in that for me.
That is a central defender, in my opinion, who is making a massive deal of a small bit of contact because he's misjudged the flight of the ball and didn't get up in time to be able to impact Ekitike's header.
I don't disagree, guys, but I would point to some inconsistency here because I was at Fulham against Manchester United earlier in the season, and United scored an equaliser. I think it went down as an own goal, didn't it, by Rodrigo Muniz in the end, but it was Lenny Yoro's header, and he appeared to push Calvin Bassey in the back as the ball came into the area. VAR looked at it and
didn't rule it out.
No, sorry, so it isn't inconsistency. I'm talking nonsense.
It's absolute consistency.
Rookie,
I'll blame that on the spectacles.
You've got your right glasses on.
You know when you start a sentence and you realise halfway through you're talking your way into a cul-de-sac.
Are you wearing Arsene Wenger's spectacles there, Cookie?
It was a very similar incident, so yeah, consistency was a problem.
That's what's good about this referee at the moment, Crook, isn't it? Consistency, that's what we want.
Brilliant. Great work, Crook.
Oh, that's one for the Christmas bloopers.
Arsenal against Everton. Sam Barrett was the referee, and he wasn't very popular with David Moyes after the game. Michael Salisbury was the VAR. I don't think he was too popular with him either. There was a potential penalty shout for a foul by William Saliba on Tierno Barry. Basically, the ball drops out of the sky, and he sort of influences proceedings, Saliba. He gets contact on the ball. It goes into the ground, bounces back up again. As it drops back out of the sky, him and Barry go for the same ball, but Barry gets there first, and Saliba kicks underneath and contacts him on the back of the calf. It's a penalty.
No, higher bar.
We've seen these given.
Contact.
This is inconsistency. These have been given over the course of the season.
What glasses have you got?
What's the example, Crook? You got one?
And these have been given.
100%. It's a penalty. It's a penalty.
They said they didn't give it for there wasn't sufficient contact.
So you boot the back of the opponent's calf, foot, whatever you like it, and you get nowhere near the ball. And when you boot the back of the opponent's foot or calf, then obviously his leg goes up in the air. And to be fair to Barry, he doesn't have to exaggerate it because he's been booted. And you did the commentary, Sam, didn't you, with Charlie Adam, and you're both thinking that's a penalty. They're going to go and look at this, and I could hear the surprise in both your voices, just to go, what? It's not being sent to look at it.
Yeah.
And as an Arsenal fan, I'd love to say it, but we've got away with one. Sometimes you need these things just to go in your way. That's a penalty, 100%.
We're going to need Alex Crook for the next section because we'll be looking back at a dismal showing from England in the Ashes. And tell you what, Crook, that was definitely consistently bad. We're back in a mo. It's talkSPORT, Sam Matterface and Alex Crook with Perry Groves here today across the sporting universe. Aston Villa take on Manchester United at 4:30 this afternoon. Hearts beat Rangers by 2-0 earlier on. Celtic are 1-0 up against Aberdeen. Aberdeen are down to 10 men after a denial of a goal-scoring opportunity as Benjamin Nygren went through looking for his second goal of the game. Morocco against Comoros kicks off at 7. In the Women's League Cup quarter-finals, Manchester City, Chelsea, Arsenal and Manchester United are through. Wins for Morecambe and Solihull Moors in the early kickoffs in the National League. Eastleigh have won by 3-1 away at Gateshead, and it's finished 0-0 between Braintree and Hartlepool. Boreham Wood and Carlisle, Halifax and Wildston just kicking off in the National League. In the PDC World Darts Championship, Ratajski has knocked out Ryan Joyce, Joe Cullen is out, Luke Woodhouse is through, and Ian White against Rob Cross is up next over on talkSPORT 2. And the Newcastle Red Bulls are 14-19 down at half-time to Bath. That's half-time in the Prem Rugby. It's half-time in that Celtic game as well, and it is Celtic 1, Aberdeen 0. England's Bazball project is in tatters after yet another Ashes in Australia was lost in 3 tests. The tourists were defeated by 82 runs on the 5th day of the 3rd test in Adelaide to go 3-0 down and extend a winless run in that country to 18 matches. Let's speak to the UK editor of ESPN's Cricinfo, Andrew Miller, who joins us now. Hi, Andrew.
Hi there, how are we doing?
Hi, Andrew.
I'm not so well.
Well, it's been a tough December, really, isn't it? Because I think when the Ashes comes around, we all get very, very excited. And, absolutely we should as well, because it's one of the major sporting events, one of the major sporting moments in a calendar. Yet this really didn't even get started, did it? I mean, it was as soon as we began, England were behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? It's 16 defeats in 18 tests. I think I lose count. They come so quickly. 4 consecutive series in Australia, dating back to their victory in 2011 when England have gone 3-0 down after 3 tests. It's getting repetitive, and it's really quite frustrating because I genuinely thought England had a chance this time, and I genuinely think they blew it. I don't think, looking back on the years that I've been watching England not doing very well down under, basically takes us back to 1990. I don't think there are many other teams that have gone out to Australia who would have performed this badly against this Australian team. And that's a really savage indictment of where England have got to with, as you say, the Bazball project. It has gone wrong.
Well, what's fascinating, as you said, is that England blew it. So are you suggesting that it was a tactical mishap to be as gung-ho as they were and have decided to be? Because they've rode it back a little bit from the all-out Bazball that they started with when Brendan McCullum first came in. Or was it the fact that what disappoints you is that Australia aren't actually that good?
Well, there are 2 misconceptions there. I think the Bazball thing. I mean, Brendan McCullum loathes the word Bazball because he's never tried to define it. He's always steered away from trying to give it any meat on the bones. And it's never actually, in my opinion, been about all-out attack. It just so happens that England's best cricket has come when they have been attacking. It leans into their white ball strengths. They were double world champions in 50 and 20 over cricket in 2022 when the Bazball project began. So they're actually really good at that form of the game, and they were really bad at red ball cricket, which obviously requires more defence. So the Bazball notion was all about leaning into what you're good at and backing your strengths and having it up top, a clear mind, clear plans, clear approach, and you could go places. And that was why I thought England had a chance going into the series, because they did have proof in the last 3.5 years of playing in this freed up, mind first way that they could compete. The trouble is their mind is shot to bits, and they've gone out there and they haven't known whether they're attacking or defending. They haven't been committed to any given approach. And as a consequence of being totally mind-led, I mean, you had Brendan McCullum admitting today that perhaps the preparation was wrong. There was a lot of chat in the build-up to the series that England didn't do enough practice games. If their minds had been in the right place, I don't think that would have mattered. Trouble is, I don't think anyone quite realised how far they'd slipped off the stand as they were when this all began in 2022, 2023, when England really were quite a formidable mental unit. They've lost too many games, they've lost too many senior players, and they're just not the robust unit that I think we thought they were, certainly looking from the outside. But more damningly, the coaches and the senior players within the team, I don't think realised quite how weak they were going into the series. And that's a real shame, because, as I say, I do think it's a huge missed opportunity.
You know what, Andrew, you said there about, the Bazball. I think there's a lot of the players hiding behind the Bazball philosophy because they've absolved themselves responsibility at certain times in Test matches. And you think, actually, we started off quite well for the first sort of day and a quarter, because there was a period of time where we were 105 for 2 and 105 in front. And there you just have to manage that game. That next 10 overs or 15 overs, get through, you don't lose any wickets. So I think the philosophy of you sort of bat your way and you sort of go gung-ho when you're under pressure, and it's risk to reward. And at first in Basel, it was working, wasn't it? Because there'd be times where they would get themselves out of trouble if they were 75 for 4, and then someone would get a ton by playing like the 20-over cricket. But this time, and Ben Stokes, I think he's got frustrated with the lack of character in this England team.
Yeah, I agree with that, but also I would maintain that I think England's senior management, Stokes included, I think, are slightly at fault for forgetting that this is a very different team to the one they had when they started this project. You know, the Bazball project, the Bazball mentality, was basically born out of a cartel of senior players: Stokes, Root, James Anderson, Johnny Bairstow, Stuart Broad, guys who many of them are World Cup winners. You know, many of them, it's Broad and Anderson, have been around the block for generations. They knew how to play cricket. They knew how to play their best cricket, and they decided, we're just going to lean into what we do best. Let's have some fun here. We know the basics. We can bring people along. Most of those guys have now gone, and the team that has gone out to Australia, so apart from Stokes and Root, I think it's only Mark Wood, who's obviously injured now, Zach Crawley, and Ollie Pope, who'd actually been to Australia previously. And Ollie Pope averages 17 in the Ashes. I mean, he's just not a replacement for the senior players that England have lost along the way. And so, yes, it's all very well saying that England shouldn't have been so gung-ho. But the trouble is, none of these players had anything to fall back on. They were all about the mindset-led approach that had done so well. But as soon as that was exposed, they look down. It's a bit like walking a tightrope. You know, if you're fearless and you can see the other side of the canyon, you can walk across that tightrope with confidence. As soon as the moment you look down, it's like, oh my God, it's a long way down. And now England are falling into the abyss because they've lost their balance, and they've got no hinterland to fall back on in the way that this team did have when it was as I say, that bunch of senior, hugely experienced players who set about this project 3 years ago.
Interesting that you say that you know, they're falling into the abyss. What happens next for the likes of the captain, Ben Stokes, the head coach, Brendan McCullum, and the director of cricket, Rob Key?
Well, I think Stokes, it's up to him, to be perfectly honest. He's got a contract that runs till 2027. I would be astonished, given what we know about his character, that he wouldn't want to go again. You know, train hard. You know, he was actually in pretty good form with the ball and the bat, which hasn't actually been the case for a couple of years. He's had a lot of injury problems. So if his body is fit enough, his mind will certainly be fit enough. So I would imagine it's up to him whether he goes again and tries to win back the Ashes on home soil, probably his final act in 2027. Brendan McCullum, again, he's also got a contract to 2027, but, you know, his methods, I fear, have been exposed here. You know, it's a bit like the Emperor's New Clothes. No one really talks about the story of the Emperor's New Clothes from the perspective of the Emperor, do they? It's like, until the point that this was exposed, he was the king of this operation. It's like, you know, the mindset and making people walk tall and feel like they're $1 million, that genuinely worked. And I don't think you can discredit anything that he's achieved for the last 3 years. The trouble is, how does he get that mindset back when there are so many players who clearly look shot to bits by the experience of this tour already, and we've still got 2 tests to come. So I would have doubts as to whether he can be sustainable in red ball cricket going forward. Obviously, the white ball setup may be a different case. And Rob Key, again, I mean, you know, he had a vision, he had an approach, he took a gamble on Stokes 3.5 years ago, and likewise, you know, I want to try and separate out the achievements that England had from where they've got to now. They have made some bad mistakes, and I think a lot of that has come down to the failure to treat the Tour of Australia with the respect it deserved. To be honest, they needed to prepare more. That's obvious in hindsight.
Some of that's the calendar, though, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I mean, this again is a very, very pertinent point. England play so much; they play so much more than anyone else. I mean, because of them being Northern Hemisphere, they don't get that obvious 6 months off a year that all other teams will get unless they're touring England. So, yeah, the calendar is a huge part of this, and that is part of why England were so determined to go mind first. They play a lot of cricket. They don't need to worry about the basics in theory, but unfortunately on this occasion, they just didn't have enough hinterland to succeed in Australia.
Andrew, thank you very much. That's Andrew Miller, who is the UK editor of ESPN's Crick Info. Thank you very much for that insight into the absolute debacle which unfolded down under. Right, when we come back in the next few minutes, we'll be putting up to Aston Villa against Manchester United. Kicks off at 4:30 this afternoon on Game Day Live with talkSPORT. An Enterprise rent-a-car, whatever it is, they're here for it. Hello, this is Game Day Live. It's me, Sam Matterface, and we're across the sporting universe today. In 20 minutes' time, we will have Aston Villa against Manchester United. talkSPORT Alex Crook has a recap of all the team news.
And the big headline here is that Kobbie Mainoo is not part of the Manchester United squad after he picked up an injury in training yesterday. The visitors do make 3 enforced changes with Ahmad and Mbumo and the suspended Casemiro all unavailable. In come Ugarte, Dorgu and Benjamin Šeško. Just the one change for Villa. Emi Martinez is fit to reclaim his place in goal, with Marco Bizot dropping to the bench. At Villa Park, it's Aston Villa against Manchester United.
Hearts beat Rangers at the top of the Scottish Premiership by 2-1. Celtic have responded. They're 1-0 up against Aberdeen, who have been reduced to 10 players. And Celtic have just hit the inside of the Aberdeen post. It is all out stout attack from Wilfried Nancy's team. Maybe he's going to get his first win as the manager of Celtic today. Morocco-Comoros kicks off at 7. City, Chelsea, Arsenal and United are all through in the Women's League Cup quarter-finals. Morecambe and Solihull Moors winning today in the National League. So did Eastleigh. There was a draw between Braintree and Hartlepool. 2 other games getting underway right now. Joe Cullen is out at the PDC World Darts Championship. So is Ryan Joyce. Luke Woodhouse is through, though, and we're hoping to speak to him a little bit later on today. And Rob Cross has started well in his game against Ian White in the last few moments over on talkSPORT 2. 26 points to 14. Bath lead away at Newcastle in the Prem Rugby as well. That got underway at 3 o'clock, and you're up to date on Game Day Live on talkSPORT. And let's get the latest odds from Betfair with James Mackey.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sub from Betfair. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
And James Mackey is on the show. James, hello. Very good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
No, hi Sam, how are you?
Very good. You weren't on yesterday, were you, at lunchtime with Adam Bridge and Reshmin, were you?
I was on yesterday.
Were you? Well, I think we need to have a little word, don't we?
No, it was just all the stats that he flew out. It was just all the stats, Sam.
Backtrack.
No, look, your record speaks for itself, doesn't it? And hopefully we can get another charity bet across the line today.
Just give me a bit of stick.
Do you know what? I don't think he realised that I'd be listening. I was out for a run at the time, and I was listening.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I texted Reshmin straight away. I was straight on. I said, "Give him a bit."
Even if you're not listening, someone will tell you.
Yeah, exactly. He is everywhere. What are the pre-match odds for Aston Villa against Manchester United?
Villa, Sam, they're the even money favourites to make it 10 wins on the spin in all competitions and go back to being just 3 points behind Arsenal at the top of the table. However, Villa have won just one of their last 26 Premier League home games against Manchester United, which is an astonishing record, really. United, they've lost just one of their last 10 games in the league, but have only managed to win 5 of those games, and that makes them the 21-10 outsiders to take all 3 points this afternoon. They do like playing against Villa, though, in the league, winning 41 Premier League games against them, with 18 of those coming away from home. The draw is priced at 11-5, with this exact fixture last season finishing 0-0. And these odds are produced from the Match Odds 90 market, which means if you back either team to win or the draw on the Match Odds 90 market, and that selection is winning at 90 minutes, we'll be paying out regardless what happens in added time under our 90-minute guarantee. Just looking at the player markets ahead of the game this afternoon, and starting with the home side, Morgan Rogers, he's been in some fine form, hasn't he? He's been involved in 8 goals in his last 11 Premier League games for Aston Villa, with 5 goals and 3 assists. He's 15-2 to score the first goal of the game today. Even money to either score or assist, and 23-10 to just score any time. For Manchester United, Bruno Fernandes has assisted in each of his last 5 away Premier League appearances for them, and also both scored and assisted a goal in his last 2 Premier League appearances. He's 15-2 to score first today, 11-8 to either score or assist in the game, 5-2 to just score any time, and 16-5 to just assist any time in the game. And on the enable markets just discussed, we have Say Sub attached to them, meaning with Say Sub, your bet rolls on with a player that replaces them.
Fascinating to see what we're going to go for in our charity bet today. Each week we do place one on the Betfair Sportsbook, with all the winnings going to the Bobby Moore Fund, raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. Today we're placing a bet builder on the match between Aston Villa and Manchester United, and we've gone for... Is Crookie there, by the way? Is he there? Yeah,
I'm here.
Right, okay. Who went for both teams to score?
That was me.
That was you.
Aston Villa, brilliant going forward. So I get West Ham, give you little chances at the back. So I've gone both teams to score.
Remember, they've won quite a lot of home games in a row. I noticed that none of us have actually gone for the result in this game because we're a little bit scared about it. Crook, what have you gone for?
Did I go Bruno Fernandes to score?
Yes, you did.
You did. So you're suggesting that Bruno Fernandes is going to score in 3 consecutive games after not scoring in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 matches.
He's on a hot streak. He's hit a purple patch just at the right time.
And I've gone for Manuel Ugarte to be booked. So, James, bundle that together and give us some big tasty odds.
Yeah, so today's charity bet, see those 3 selections, starting with the short in price out the 3 for Perry, with both teams to score at 1-2. This has happened in 2 of the last 4 meetings between the 2 sides. Next up is that man Bruno Fernandes to get on the score sheet again this weekend at 5-2, like you mentioned, having scored in his last 2 games for United. And finally, you've gone for Manuel Ugarte to be carded at 2-1. And although he hasn't played much for United this season, he likes to rat around in that midfield, doesn't he, and make tackles. So overall, Sam, the bet builder comes out at just over over 10-1 with the £50 charity stake returning £565.95p to the Bobby Moore Fund if being successful. And look, fingers crossed we can add some more money into the fund, because the fund now stands at £3,421.11p that's already won this season. I haven't quite worked out how much you've won, Sam, on the Saturday half-12 ones yet, but look, it's a good record, so let's see how we get on today. And like I mentioned, the Bruno and Ugarte legs of the bet builder have say sub attached to them as well, which could be important.
Is that what we call an amends? Is that what you're trying to make? You're trying to make amends to Sam? Is that what it was? Did you see that? To be fair, Sam,
I was letting it go.
To be fair, Sam, you've actually done quite well on this one, on a personal level.
James, it's all forgotten. It's all forgotten. We'll be back a little bit later on. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sub from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Let's take a look at the biggest game of the weekend, all thanks to Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The biggest game of the weekend on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Crook has already given us the headline team news, so let's just concentrate on what Ruben Amorim has been saying to Sky. Kobbie Mainoo, he said he got an injury in the last training session. After training, he went to the doctor and he has something in his calf. We're going to assess him, but he's out of the game. It isn't just bad for the team, but bad for him. He went on to say he prefers not to say in regards to whether Mainoo would have started out of respect to those who are playing, which seems to suggest that he probably may have started if he was fit. You never know. That's the latest from Ruben Amorim. Are Aston Villa in the title race? Well, after a poor season, at the beginning of it anyway, the start of the season, the Villa boss, Unai Emery, has been discussing what has been an incredible upturn in form.
Be humble and work like we are doing the last year, but especially the last 2 months. I think the player, after our poor start, they involved with me as well in the demand I have, and we are trying to set in the squad every day how we want to work, how we want to be demanding ourselves, and how we can get our consistency. And the players, they responded fantastic, and they were aware 2 months ago, more or less, about how we needed to react, and we did it. But of course, now is the moment we must be humble.
They've won each of their last 6 Premier League games, the best ever run of successive Premier League wins. They are in the best form in the Premier League. They've won 10 of their last 11. They've only dropped points once in that run of 11 games, and that was in the 2-0 defeat at Anfield back in November. But they have won just one of their last 26 Premier League home games against Manchester United. Does that have any relevance today, Crook?
It'll give those Manchester United fans some hope, because it's not just here at Villa Park that Villa struggled to win this fixture. Only 5 wins in the Premier League era against Manchester United. And when you think that Villa have pretty much been mainstays, I know they had one spell where they're out of the Premier League, but they've pretty much been mainstays since 1992 when the competition was formed. That is a dismal statistic. It's not just against Villa that United enjoy their trips to Villa Park. They've won many an FA Cup semi-final on this ground. We all remember that famous Ryan Giggs goal when he beat the entire Arsenal defence en route to the treble back in 1999. So this
does seem to be ago.
Well, this does seem to be a happy hunting ground.
I think he's
for
clinging
Manchester
on to something
United.
there, Crookie. Hey?
You know, you are grabbing a little bit, aren't you?
Well, listen, Perry will say that.
1999.
Perry will say that. Well, that's all we can do at the moment. Perry will say that as a player, it's not in your head when you have these hoodoos and these bogey grounds. But who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? What are Manchester United truly competing for this season, Perry? There's been reports that Ruben Amorim could be replaced at the end of the season. What does he need to do to ensure that doesn't happen?
Realistically, you would say top 6, because if you look where they went in 7th position. Haven't had the consistency they want. They've won the last 2 Premier League away games and scored at least twice in the last 5 on the road. So going forward, we knew it solved those problems quickly, didn't we? Obviously, when Werner coming in, he's gone to AFCON. Cunha, obviously, he's always going to be different. Mason Mount, actually, I think has made a massive difference because of not just his energy, but he's got quality with his energy, and he fits the way that Manchester United want to play. The only thing I would say, Crookie, I'm looking at Manchester United back 3. Obviously, you've got. Can you see him with your glasses? You've got the wrong glasses on. But with Euro,
I might be taking these glasses off after about 10 minutes.
Thing is, with Euro and Heaven, obviously 2 young centre halves, you need a experienced player, which have got in Luke Shaw, to lead by example. I'm not convinced by Luke Shaw. Where do you're a Man United fan, Cricket, right? Where do you stand with Luke Shaw?
How harsh do you want me to be?
No, I want you to be the truth.
I think the fact that Luke Shaw has played 300 games for Manchester United is a microcosm of the club's decline since Sir Alex Ferguson left the football club.
Couldn't agree more, because I think he's a player that just does enough. When you look at him, you think there's more in Luke Shaw. There's more if you extend yourself and you put yourself, out there. He could be one of the best players on the left-hand side, whether it's as a left-back, whether it's as left-side centre-half, in the Premier League, and he doesn't. He just does enough every single time. He very rarely looks like he's sprinting, so I really worry about your back three, Crippy.
Yeah, look, I think the key thing here is that to remember that I know that Alex has been very stable in his views on Ruben Amorim and never wavered. But if they win today, they will be 5th in the Premier League. They'll have 29 points. They'll be within striking distance of the top 4, and top 5 we think might be enough anyway for the Champions League. I think, bearing in mind where they were last season, that is a major improvement. Getting to Christmas Christmas last year, I don't even know, they couldn't even get under the tree, let alone to the top of it. So the fact that they're almost in the top part of it is absolutely quite impressive, I think, if they win today. And we'll see what happens today, because it's a very tough fixture away at an Aston Villa side that can't stop winning. That was a look at the biggest game of the weekend with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
The biggest game of the weekend on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Rob Cross not having everything his own way at the PDC World Darts. Paul Nicholson.
He's definitely not, Sam. He won the first set by 3-1, averaging about 97 with 3 out of 5 on his doubles. But in set 2, after a little break, Ian White came back with a little bit of a vengeance, and he won by 3-0. Rob Cross had an average of 97 in the first set, but it came down by 10 over the course of 2 sets. Rob Cross is in a bit of trouble. He has taken the first leg of the third, and he's trying to show a bit of spirit on the Ali Pali stage. You will have your conclusion of that game, the 4th game of the afternoon on talkSPORT 2 with Mark Wilson and Chris Mason. Continuous coverage with talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 until January the 3rd, when a champion will be crowned.
Thank you very much, Paul. Next, we'll continue to build up to Aston Villa against Manchester United, which starts in just over 9 minutes. Hey, this is Game Day Live. It's talkSPORT with Sam Matterface, Alex Crook, and the Ginger Winger. It is Perry Groves. Across the sporting world today, good wins for Hearts. Celtic still 1-0 up in their game against Aberdeen. They're in the 65th minute. They're playing 10 men, and they are going to just keep a pace with Hearts at the top of the table. The PDC World Darts continues over on talkSPORT 2, but we're looking ahead to some of this afternoon's Premier League action with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Sky Sports. Stream over 50 live Premier League games this festive month, flexibly with Now, like Aston Villa versus Manchester United live today. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Crookmeister, give us the headline team news as the players walk out of the tunnel.
Yeah, one change for Aston Villa from that comeback win against West Ham last time out. Emi Martinez is back in goal. Marco Bizot drops to the bench. 3 enforced changes as far as Manchester United are concerned, with Amad Diallo and Brian Mbeumo unavailable due to African Cup of Nations duty, and Casemiro suspended. In come Patrick Dorgu, Benjamin Šeško and Manuel Ugarte. Kobbie Mainoo unavailable due to injury. The 2-11s then for Villa: Martinez in goal, Cash, Konsa, Lindelof and Mats in the back four, Kamara and Onana in midfield, with McGinn, Tillemans and Rodgers behind Ollie Watkins in attack. As the Pyrotechnics greet the players, United have Lomans in goal, Yoro, Heaven and Shaw the back three, Dallo and Dorgu at wing back, Ugarte and the skipper Bruno Fernandes in midfield, with Cunha and Mount in behind Šeško up front.
I tell you what, we're usually at these games, and I was a bit sort of, umming and ahhing, thinking, we could have been at this match today. 4:30, Aston Villa fires crackers into the air. The atmosphere is always terrific there. But we are actually in a privileged position here. Perry and I in the studio with the biggest cinema screen
it's like being in the Odeon,
ever seen in your life.
Where's the pick and mix?
Where is it? Absolutely terrific. And I just thought to myself, we need a few snacks here for the next 2 hours. This is going to be absolutely fantastic.
It's a bit 3D-ish as well.
It really is. It's absolutely superb. I also thought this week that was fascinating when Ruben Amorim came out and talked about the entitlement at Manchester United. He hit out against it, and he was pretty strident in his views.
I think it's the feeling, a little bit the feeling of entitlement that we have in our club. And sometimes strong words is not bad words. Sometimes difficult moments is not the bad things for the kids. We don't need to be always with accolades in everything, in every situation. We are not helping. That's why you guys talk about a lot of players nowadays that they speak and they go against the clubs and everything happened because they feel entitlement. And then you have legends of the club saying that if you don't play, leave because everyone is wrong. No, let's think about, let's stay, let's fight, let's overcome. Maybe the manager is wrong. So I have that feeling all the time that we need to fight against this feeling.
I tell you what, he has a bit of a reputation, Crook, of talking quite a lot and being very open. But I can't help but like what he says.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Not necessarily when it comes to Kobbie Mainoo, because I do think he's kept his own counsel. We'll never know if he was in on his half-brother wearing that provocative T-shirt or not in midweek, but certainly he's not spoken publicly. He's kept his head down. He's tried to go about his job. But then you go back to Alejandro Garnacho and his theatrics before and after the Europa League final last year. We've already mentioned about Marcus Rashford and some of his off-field behaviour, and certainly his family weren't averse to making their comments known to journalists and on social media as well. Again, I think when it comes to the Manchester United Academy, maybe some people are in danger of living in the past. And yes, this is a history. This club has a history of young players. It's built on young players. But if Ruben Amorim feels that the current crop, the class of 2025, are not good enough to make an impact, then that is the manager's prerogative.
Do you know what, Crookie? You're at Villa Park now, and they've got the pyrotechnics. There's loads of smoke coming out, isn't there? There's too many people blow smoke up the backsides of the younger players, and they're not real with constructive criticism. And if that's coming from the academy, Ruben Amorim hasn't got time to delve into that. But that's where it starts from. It starts from the academy. It starts in the youth team and the people that these young players have around them, telling them how brilliant they are and what they should be doing. They should be in the team. And I've always said that Ruben Amorim talks too much. He's 100% spot on with the sense of entitlement, where he said, why can't you tell players that they haven't been good enough? Tell them why they haven't been good enough. And then the players show a little bit of backbone and think, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to prove you wrong. That's what he was on about. You can prove me wrong. I'm the manager who makes decisions, but my decisions aren't always right. So there is a complete sort of entitlement with these younger players. And he wasn't just picking out one or two. He was generalising, saying they're all like that when they come.
The conversation is framed around Kobbie Mainoo because there is an obsession and there is a discussion point about him because many people think he should be in the team.
He suits the system and style. That's what he does.
But many people are asking for answers to why he's not in the team. But if you speak to Ruben Amorim, he tells you pretty plainly why he's not in the team. You're competing with Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes creates more chances than anybody else in the Premier League from both dead balls and from open play. Kobbie Mainoo has got 0 assists or goals in his last 36, now 37 Premier League appearances.
But they are two different players. And actually, I thought it was totally unfair. No, let me
say that. I thought that's totally who the manager is comparing them to.
Yeah, but that's not fair. When he came out at the start of the season and said, well, Kobbie's competing with the captain for a place in the team, he's got no chance, has he? Because Bruno Fernandes is one of the first names on the team sheet, and rightly so, by the way, because not only is he the skipper, he's got the numbers to go with it. I think the argument is there should be a role for Mainoo if he wants to play Fernandes deep, alongside Fernandes.
He can play next to him.
We're going to watch exactly, and we're going to watch Ugarte today. I don't think he's got the legs for the Premier League. I don't think he's got the pace. Casemiro is having a good season, but he's not Manchester United's future. Kobbie Mainoo could be.
Yeah, but the only thing is, Crookie,
given the chance.
What we don't know is what Kobbie Mainoo's attitude has been like in training, do you know what I mean, behind the scenes, because
I've not heard any stories that there's been any negativity on that front.
OK, so then, as he said, knuckle down and prove me wrong, because the stats that Sam got there, Bruno Fernandes is an attacking-minded player with his free kicks, his corners, he's like getting into the box. So they are different players. And Kobbie Mainoo will play.
He's played as a false nine.
Yeah, no, but he will play. His best position is when he's a little bit deeper in the proper of the two. So they could actually dovetail quite well. Those two in that centre midfield area. And you're talking about Ugarte.
I'm not sure they could. I think you need a sitting, holding midfield player, and you need one of them.
But you need legs.
Yeah, you do need legs.
And Bruno Fernandes isn't good defensively, so when Man United play against the better teams, they get found out in that midfield area. You're looking at Ugarte, you said you think he's going to get a booking. We was watching him warm up when they were doing against defensive set pieces. He looked like a player that was like worried. You know, when you see a player that's like nervous, thinking, I don't really want to be in here defensively. So I think you could be right, Sam, with your yellow card.
It's 0-0 Aston Villa against Manchester United. Celtic 1, Aberdeen 1. That was a look ahead to this afternoon's Premier League action with Sky Sports. And don't forget, now that you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Aston Villa versus Manchester United, live right now. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Sky Sports. Stream over 50 live Premier League games this festive month, flexibly with Now, like Aston Villa versus Manchester United live today. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
And next, we're going to look back on Chelsea against Newcastle. It finished 2-2 at St James's Park. And where does that leave both sides? It's talkSPORT, Sam Matterface and Perry Groves with Alex Crook at Villa Park, and it's Game Day Live, and we're taking you across the sporting universe today. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0, but Manchester United had a brilliant chance with Matthias Cunha in the first few moments of the game. Hearts have beaten Rangers by 2-1. Celtic have suffered a setback in the last few moments. Aberdeen have equalised. It's Celtic 1, Aberdeen 1, and that will be a big problem for Wilfried Nancy if Celtic can't pull it out of the fire here against 10-man Aberdeen. Aberdeen down to 10 players in the first half of the game. There are 12 and a bit minutes to go at Parkhead, which isn't entirely full, it must be said. Earlier on today in the quarterfinals of the League Cup, in the Women's League Cup, Manchester City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Manchester United went through. In the National League, Morecambe, Solihull Moors, Eastleigh all got 3 points. Braintree drew 0-0 with Hartlepool. And Boreham Wood 0, Carlisle 0 is the latest scoreline after 37 minutes. Halifax 0, Wealdstone 0. The PDC World Darts continues on talkSPORT 2, and the Newcastle Red Bulls beaten at home by Bath, 33 points to 14. Right, Alex Crook, a couple of early chances, and one in particular for Manchester United's Matthias Cunha.
7 minutes gone. It's Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. But this game is wide open at the moment. Manchester United had the first meaningful attempt after 3 minutes. It came from a mistake, actually, by Victor Lindelof. Miscued clearance on the edge of his own penalty area. The ball fell kindly for Matthias Cunha, who from 25 yards out tried to guide his shot into the corner. In the end, he's fired wide as John McGinn and then Ollie Watkins forced a brilliant double save from Senny Lamond. Manchester United completely overrun defensively. It was 4 against 3. The ball was played out to McGinn, right corner of the penalty area. His shot beaten away initially by Lamond. Watkins on the half volley fired it back in, and the United keeper came to their rescue again. Really open affair. This is a corner for Aston Villa. I don't think Ruben Amorim will want this to continue in such a basketball fashion. Villa 0, Manchester United 0.
It was a great chance for Aston Villa, and it all came about because Ugarte gave the ball away in the centre circle. They turned it over. It was 5 against 3 in Villa's favour, and McGinn should have scored. And now they've had another great chance, which Morgan Rogers didn't turn in, from a Martin Crossfield ball from the left-hand side of the penalty area. What an opening.
Tell you what, it was Ugarte who didn't really want the ball. Aidan Heaven gave it to him. He got caught in possession, came to McGinn. Do you know what? That's a world-class save from Lamond, low down to his right-hand side.
I think the second one is a block by Aidan Heaven, by the way.
Yep, the second one, we thought Lamond's it went to him. Just seeing again, Martin just flashing it across. Maybe Morgan Rogers had gone in a little bit too early. But, Crookie, you're there. It just seems like Man United are very tense when they're trying to play out from the back.
Yeah, and it's a massive problem in midfield as well. They're being overrun in midfield at this moment in time. There was another Villa opportunity that I didn't get a chance to tell you about soon after Cunha had fired wide. Luke Shaw caught in possession on the halfway line. It was Rogers who fed the ball out to Ollie Watkins down the left. Lenny Yoro slipped initially, then he got back in position. Then he was tied in knots by the Villa striker, and it was Aidan Heaven who came in to block. At the moment, there's nobody in a white shirt for Manchester United who really is taking control of this game, and as I say, it's far too open, and that will surely suit Aston Villa as Dallow now comes forward for Manchester United at the other end and wins a corner.
Well, it's still 0-0, 9 minutes gone. This is talkSPORT. Let's go off to the PDC World Darts. Paul Nicholson.
Last time he came to us, Sam, it was 1-all between Rob Cross and Ian White. And after winning the second set by 3-0, Ian White didn't get much joy thereafter because 6 of the last 8 legs of the contest went the way of the 2018 champion Voltage. He has now won this contest by 3-1. He's into post-Christmas darts with Krzysztof Ratajski, Mensur Suljovic and Luke Woodhouse this afternoon. We've got more tonight, 4 more games, including the world #1 Luke Littler, the defending champion. It will all be live on talkSPORT 2.
And if you want to listen to that, you can just download the app. talkSPORT 2 is available if you just swipe across. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. Newcastle and Chelsea shared a 2-2 draw yesterday, but where does it leave both clubs? That's the big question after 24 hours of digesting the result. Chelsea forward João Pedro haunted his former suitors Newcastle United with Chelsea came back from 2-0 down yesterday. I thought they were terrible in the first half. They were completely unprepared for it. I actually thought Chelsea's performances away from home, some of them have been pretty erratic. If you look at the Manchester United game, where you expect them to go and put a marker on a Manchester United team that was struggling a little bit. The trip to Leeds, where they were ill prepared for the atmosphere that was waiting for them. And then yesterday, to turn up and be so passive in the first half against a Newcastle United team that had just been bruised by a derby defeat. Whose responsibility is that?
I think it comes down to responsibility of players on the pitch, and there was no togetherness in the first half. You've got to give credit to Newcastle Sound, to be fair, because that was
absolutely
in the first half. You know full well when they're at their pomp that they are pressing, that they're athletic, that their movement is really good. The midfield three, Guimaraes, Tonali and Ramsey were outstanding, and Newcastle got a grip of the game. And you've got to say as well, to be fair to Voltemada, after scoring the own goal in the derby against Sunderland, he showed a lot of mental strength to perform the way that he did, getting his first goal in the 4th minute. I thought his second goal, which is obviously a Gordon cross, I thought it was a brilliant little touch. When you just use the pace of the ball and you just get across, I think it was Fofana, and you just get a little glance to it. But then Chelsea showed a lot of resilience in the second half. And then we're talking about leadership. I think Reece James showed leadership as a captain in the second half, where he actually thought, I've got to take responsibility here, and he scores a worldy free kick, and then the momentum of the game changes completely.
It really did, but of course we did talk about that penalty opportunity that would have swung the momentum back the other way. I must admit, I was so frustrated with the first goal that Chelsea conceded, where Fofana loses the ball in the middle of the park, gets out of position, Gusto awful defending, Moyes is attempting to clear, was absolutely pathetic. The second goal was a great finish. But what was Fofana doing for that one as well? The defending and the need to be intense and close to your man from Chelsea was just so poor yesterday.
That was the point. You have to match Newcastle physically, and that's exactly what you have to do. Fofana and Chalobah really struggled in the first half. They couldn't handle Voltemada.
Second half much better, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm saying because you'd have bet your life that there was the few harsh words from Enzo Maresca, and saying basically you've got to go out there and you've got to impose yourself on Newcastle. And Newcastle dropped off completely. They went into...
They should have known that beforehand. They should have been prepared for that.
Yeah, but obviously they weren't. As a group of players, the manager can only do so much when you're going up, when you're doing your team talks, when you're saying about your little man-to-man battles, and make sure that you're defending well from set pieces. Then you're looking at it, and sometimes you look at your team and Chelsea were really lethargic in that first half. But then when Reece James scores, then Newcastle drop off and they go into an away performance at home. And Chelsea, to be fair, get themselves back into the game. Really good finish from João Pedro, brilliant skill and brilliant ball from Sanchez, where the goalkeeper's hitch kick where he picks him out. And the thing about Reece James is there was a challenge on Harvey Barnes in about the 94th minute where it looks like he's going to score. And Reece James goes full out, and you could tell the determination to put his body on the line for his team. That's what you need from more Chelsea players around him.
You get the ball there?
Reece James. To be fair, it just timing-wise, but it's not a penalty, it's not a foul, because he's actually challenged him and made him hurry his chance with Harvey Barnes.
I think Chelsea were better in the second half. I think that someone needs to tell them the game started at 12:30 and not 1:30. But I do also think, and this is a big issue for Chelsea, is that late in the game, Crook, Newcastle should have won it. Harvey Barnes was free on the right-hand side as Elanga ran from one end of the pitch to the other after a brilliant ball from Aaron Ramsdale. He should have passed it. If he had done that, that was 3-2. They had another great chance where Barnes hit the side netting as well, which could have been another goal for Newcastle. They had better chances to win the game in the second half, I think.
Yeah, I think, again, it was probably far too open in that second half, and Enzo Maresca and probably Eddie Howe would have wanted. But you're right, I was at Brighton yesterday. Less said about that game, the better. But I was screaming at the TV as Elanga went through to pass the ball. And I guess that tells you where Elanga is at this moment in time. It was a big money move in the summer. He's got 1 assist, yet to score a goal in 20-odd appearances for Newcastle, albeit most of them off the bench. But he got the public vote of confidence, didn't he, by starting that North East derby last weekend, and was really poor. The fans are on his back. And I wonder if he's an example, Elanga, of a player who likes being a big fish in a small pond, because there was a bit of revisionism when he was doing so well at Forest and he got that big money move that maybe Manchester United made a mistake in letting him go. But you look at his performances for Newcastle and maybe they made the right call after all.
It's nothing like a conversation about a game between Newcastle and Chelsea
getting round to
Manchester United
and making a good decision by letting a player go.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Which was the club before.
Yeah, it was the club before the club before.
Club before, right? Okay, yeah. Got you.
This is GameDay Live. It's talkSPORT with Sky Sports, and don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action flexibly, like Aston Villa versus Manchester United, live right now. Search Now Sports. Next, we'll be looking at some other stories from yesterday's Premier League games, including whether Dominic Calvert-Lewin could get an England call-up. Celtic have gone 2-1 up against Aberdeen in the dying minutes of the game at Parkhead. A welcome bit of relief for Wilfried Nancy as Kieran Tierney heads Celtic back in front late on against 10-man Aberdeen. An absolutely crucial goal at the top of the Scottish Premiership. You're listening to GameDay Live on talkSPORT with me, Sam Matterface, Perry Groves and Alex Crook. Across the sporting world today, Hearts have already beaten Rangers by 2-1. They've done their job. In the Premier League, it's Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. In the Women's League Cup quarter-finals, Manchester City, Arsenal, Chelsea and United are through. And Bath have completed a victory over the Newcastle Red Bulls by 50 points to 14 away from home. Elsewhere in the Premier League yesterday, what's happened with Wolverhampton Wanderers? It's now 6 consecutive defeats since Rob Edwards has taken over. I was there last Saturday night against Arsenal. I thought actually there were some quite positive moments for Rob Edwards and for Wolverhampton Wanderers in that game. But they've only scored 2 and conceded 12 goals during his tenure so far. And you just wonder what on earth it is they're going to be able to achieve, because if they've had a little uplift after he came in, and now it's gone back to what it was before. I know that Matt Doherty had some strong words to say yesterday, and then they're in real trouble. I mean, they're not even going to even get anywhere near Derby's
no chance
points.
Absolutely no chance. And it was interesting with Matt Doherty because I see him as like a, sort of an old school footballer, where he's had to, prove himself, work his way like through the different levels.
Yeah.
And he mentioned, we don't be remembered for being cowards. We're not going down without fighting. I'd go even further. I think this group of Wolverhampton Wanderers players are cheats because I saw them at the Emirates, right? And they put in a very good defensive display where they were very well organised. They put their bodies on the line. They closed the ball down, obviously nicked their goal to go 1-1. And I said at the time, that has got to be the benchmark for Wolves' performances from now until the end of the season. You put that amount of effort in against Arsenal, then I said, I'll guarantee you they don't do that against Brentford. And they didn't. So basically, they're cheating their manager, they're cheating themselves, they're cheating the Wolves fans because they're not putting their bodies on the line. And as Matt Doherty said there as well, he said, I don't want players coming in and trying to get a move in January. So he's looking around that squad thinking, half of you don't want to be here.
Great chance for Benjamin Šeško at Villa Park. Alex Crook.
It's Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0, but this is a huge opportunity for the visitors to take the lead. It started with a through ball, I think, from Bruno Fernandes. Hesitancy at the heart of the Aston Villa defence. Šeško finds himself one-on-one with Emi Martinez. It's a good save by Martinez with the outstretched left leg. But I do think Šeško probably has to score. He won't get many better chances than that. 0-0.
Yeah, good ball forward. Mason Mount's running between the two centre-backs sort of occupied them. They hesitated. It fell to Šeško, but Martinez was very quick off his line, Perry Grove.
Very quick. You say he just spread himself, saved it with his legs. A centre-forward who's confident, as the ball bounces, he lifts it over Martinez, and where he's actually tried to go through his legs, and it was a brilliant save. Crookie said there, Šeško should be scoring. So I've got both teams to score. And that means it's just going to be 0-0, isn't it?
Yes. As soon as
all
you
the chances
did that, we knew what was going to happen.
Each end.
I tell you what, there has been both teams scoring in the game at Parkhead, and Celtic have got a third and almost got a fourth. They just hit the top of the crossbar. James Forrest with the latest goal. It's Celtic 3, Aberdeen 1, and Wilfred Nancy very happy about the fact that they scored that third goal, that clinching goal, which means they're going to get all 3 points. They are the victors. Kieran Tierney with a late goal after 88 minutes and then a clincher from James Forrest has completed the victory for Wilfred Nancy's first as the manager of Celtic, and that takes them up into within 6 points of Hearts. They've still got a game in hand as well, so they can close the gap even further over the next couple of weeks. But look, it's been a very difficult time for Wilfred Nancy. That was a welcome 3 points.
Do you know what the problem with Kieran Tierney is? He doesn't score enough important goals, does he? He's got to stand up to the plate. You know what I mean? You never see him when you really need somebody.
He's an absolute gem, is Kieran Tierney, especially since he's been back in Scotland as well. He's done a very good job for Celtic. They've beaten Aberdeen by 3-1, Nigel Tierney and James Forrest on the score sheet today. Another good chance for Šeško in the game at Villa Park. This time taking the ball just a little bit too wide. A heavy touch which took him round the goalkeeper. But sometimes it takes a little while for strikers to find their form. And we must credit Dominic Calvert-Lewin here because he's scored 6 goals in his last 5 games. I was at the Hill Dickinson Stadium last night commentating with Charlie Adam as he was popping goals in elsewhere. And Everton were lacking a bit of a goal threat up top at that moment. And the guys that were sitting in front of us, we're very close to the crowd at the Hill Dickinson. Guys that were sitting in front of us turned round whilst we were going off to Chris Hull for an update and said, he hasn't scored again, has he? I went, yeah, it's Dominic Calvert-Lewin. And then as we come back, he said to me, has he scored again? And I said, yeah, he has. And he just came out with an expletive because there's a bit of frustration amongst Everton support that he went through such a lean period. But if you get him fit, you get him firing, he knows where the goal is.
Yeah, I think that's the frustration of Everton fans because Sean Dyche, David Moyes and Sean Dyche couldn't get him fit enough. And I don't think he was confident in his own body. And soon, when you get like that in your headspace, as soon as you feel something, you think it's going to be a serious injury. So maybe, he needed to get himself out of that. He's gone to Leeds. It was a no-brainer for Leeds, to be honest, Sam, because if they could manage him properly and give him his own personal fitness plan and get him to somewhere near the player we know he can be, they knew that he would score goals. And Daniel Farke's got to take a lot of credit because the international break, sometimes managers can have a reset and change their philosophy. I think since the international break when they came back, he changed the system. He went 3-5-2, Okafor up front with Calvert-Lewin, and I think he decided that Leeds weren't going to be passive, that they would go and try and be competitive in every single game. If you look at the goals before the international break, they scored 10 goals in 11 games. Since the international break, they've come back, they've scored 14 in 6.
Yeah.
So they've been on the front foot more. I think their long throws from Ampadu, you can tell they've worked on the long throws to make sure...
the set pieces yesterday were brilliant.
You make sure you get the first contact. Arsenal, Declan Rice has a long throw. I've never seen Arsenal win the first contact at the near post, whereas Leeds won nearly every single one yesterday. The first 2 goals come from Ampadu's long throws. The second goal from Calvert-Lewin, from his header, that tells you a player that is playing free and he's not overthinking stuff as a centre-forward, and it was a proper centre-forward's goal. So we've got 6 in the last 5. Leeds have given themselves a brilliant chance. I don't think even Leeds fans would have seen before the international talk about that they would be in this position and give themselves a real chance to stand in the Premier League. It'd be interesting if they add players in the January transfer window. They probably need a couple, but keep Calvert-Lewin fit, then you have every chance. If your centre-forward can get you between 10 and 15 Premier League goals, you have a great chance of staying up. And that's what Leeds have given themselves.
I think what Leeds' form does, though, is it puts West Ham under serious pressure. West Ham United, 13 points from their 17 games so far. They're 6 points behind Leeds United, but significantly. And Charlie Adam pointed this out to me last night. Look at West Ham's goal difference. -16. Compared to Nottingham Forest, who are just above them, who have got -8, and Leeds got -7. Nobody else, apart from those in the bottom 3, have got anywhere near double figures in terms of the minuses. It's -16 from West Ham United is a real concern, because that sort of gives you an indication of just how weak they are at the back. And if you've got a weak defence, you're going to find yourself in massive trouble, especially when you've got no one who can score any goals apart from Jarrod Bowen.
Well, the thing is, with Jarrod Bowen, Nuno Espirito Santo very rarely plays him in his best position. He plays him, doesn't he, as a 10 or as a false 9. He's better on the right-hand side. From West Ham's point of view, the owners have got a massive decision to make, because they want West Ham, obviously, in the Premier League. But in the past, I think that they've just done enough. They're just happy with surviving. Obviously, David Moyes got them out of massive trouble winning the Conference League, because, first trophy since 1980, domestic trophy. So I just think they've got this big dilemma now, because West Ham need 4 or 5 players in the January transfer window to go straight in the team, and they need 2 centre-halves. Their centre-halves aren't good enough by any stretch of imagination, because
it's a major problem.
Exactly, because you've got Kilman there, you've got Mavropanos didn't play yesterday, Todibo, he just loses concentration. And then in front, I think you need a very, very good, stable centre midfield player, defensively to protect where he plays a back 3, like 3 centre-halves or a flat back 4. And I think they need a goalkeeper.
Well, they tried to address that with Magassa and Fernandes, didn't they, in the last transfer window? And then not always are they being played. They're playing Freddie Potts there at the moment. I understand that, because he's a graduate.
Legs, exactly, and he'll give you that industry. Yeah,
industry. Yeah, but it's been a difficult time for West Ham United. It'd be interesting to see what happens over the Christmas period. Remember, we've got loads of games for you over the Christmas period, including Manchester United's game on Boxing Day. Tomorrow night, Fulham against Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest just above the relegation zone. They go to Craven Cottage live on the Monday Night Football. Tuesday night, Arsenal against Crystal Palace. And then on Boxing Day, there is just one Premier League game. We've got it. It's Manchester United against Newcastle United. Let's go off to Alex Crook for a quick update. Aston Villa against Manchester United, which is taking place now. What's happening?
It's still Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0, but it's been a good period for Manchester United. You mentioned that one-on-one that Benjamin Šeško had, denied by an excellent save with the legs from Emi Martinez. He had another brilliant opportunity moments later. This time it was Mateus Cunha with the threaded through ball. It was a terrible touch from Šeško after we went round Martinez. Ended up having to slide just to stop the ball going out for a goal kick. And it's a painful one for the Villa goalkeeper as well, because he was wholly committed to coming out and trying to nip the ball off the toes of Šeško. He's ended up colliding with Matty Cash. He's taken a knee in the head, Martinez. He was down for several minutes, and I think the referee was checking with the Aston Villa medical team quite diligently that he wasn't suffering from any kind of concussion. Marco Bizot is out warming up at the moment. Martinez will continue. The United fans have been serenading some of their former players over on the far side where they're housed at Villa Park, including Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I don't think he'd have missed 2 one-on-ones. Half an hour gone, 0-0.
You said, right, Agati to be booked, right? He should have been booked for the challenge on Tielemans.
He should definitely have been booked.
Right, he should be yellow carded for the ball that he just tried to put across from the centre circle out to the right hand side, and he smashed it straight. And that should be a yellow card.
It certainly should. That was awful. By the way, Benjamin Šeško, do you think he was trying to go around the goalkeeper and score in the goal at St Andrews, Crook?
It was one of my touches. As you know, I've had a little dabble up front at Fratton Park in the charity game. I'd have done better. If I'd gone one-on-one, I wouldn't have knocked it that far wide of the keeper.
Crookie, you got to get there in the first place.
Only if you'd have to get an Uber. Right, back very shortly. This is Game Day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Next, we'll be looking back at Celtic's 3-1 win against Aberdeen. Their first under their new manager. This is talkSPORT, Sam Matterface and Perry Groves, plus Alex Crook as well. We're on Game Day live throughout the course of the afternoon, taking you around the sporting universe as Manchester United go to Aston Villa in search of yet another victory at Villa Park. But it's a tough place to go nowadays. What's the latest? Here's Alex Crook.
10 minutes to go until half-time. It's Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. After that very open start to the game, I think the visitors have taken control of it. Matheus Cunha, the latest to go close for United to break in the deadlock. He gave the ball away initially midway inside Villa territory. Very quickly won it back, raced to around about 25 yards out, unleashed a fearsome shot that stung the palms of Emi Martinez down to his right. At the moment, Villa camped inside their own half. It's still 0-0.
67% possession for Manchester United in the last 10 minutes. They're taking the game to the home team at present, but they do have a threat on the counter, Aston Villa, with Ollie Watkins leading the line. It's still 0-0. Hearts beat Rangers by 2-1. Celtic got 2 late goals to beat Aberdeen by 3-1. We'll review that in just a moment. West Ham beaten by Manchester City in the Women's League Cup quarter-finals. Chelsea winners today in that same competition, and Arsenal and Manchester United too. Morecambe beat Brackley Town in the National League by 2-0. Solihull Moors won 4-1 against Sutton United. Braintree drew 0-0 with Hartlepool. Gateshead beaten at home by Eastleigh 3-1. Boreham Wood beat Carlisle 2-0, and Halifax eventually beat Wealdstone by 1-0. In the PDC World Darts Championship, Ryan Joyce is out, Joe Cullen is out, Luke Woodhouse is through. He beat Max Hopp in 3 straight sets, and Rob Cross 3-1 winner over Ian White. The rest of the darts tonight starts at 7 o'clock over on talkSPORT 2. Bath beat Newcastle Red Bulls by 50 points to 14. It's Game Day Live, and you're listening to talkSPORT. And let's get the latest odds, all thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Manchester United have played 45 passes into the final third in this first 37 minutes. Aston Villa have played 6. That just shows you the difference in the levels of attack at the start of this game. Even though that's the case, it's still 0-0. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. And Villa are 5-4 to go on and complete the victory. The draw is 2-1. United 9-4 to go and win the game. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Big result for Celtic. They beat Aberdeen by 3-1 earlier today to be within touching distance of the top of the Scottish Premiership, especially after Hearts had already beaten Rangers. It was an important result for Wilfred Nancy. Paul Mitchell was at Celtic Park for talkSPORT, and he joins us now. Hi, Paul.
Sam, how are you?
Hello,
sir?
Paul. Yeah, thank you very much for coming on. We really appreciate it. It was nervy and tense at the end. It probably shouldn't have been, because in the first half, Celtic had a raft of opportunities, didn't make it count. Even after the sending off, they looked to be on top, but they invited late pressure, didn't they?
It was quite an incredible afternoon. I mean, Celtic opened, they started brightly. Aberdeen, I thought, defended competently. It took them, I think, their 11th effort on goal before they finally scored, Benjamin Negron, and you thought they would kick on from there, especially with the red card. In the second half, it was such an amazing opening to the second half. They had about 6 chances in the first 4 minutes. They struck both posts, they struck the bar throughout the second half as well. But you mentioned it, they got absolutely mugged by a long ball through the middle. Great goal from an Aberdeen perspective, and you just wondered with 50 minutes to play, if they didn't score again, what the reaction would be at full time if they ended up drawing 1-1 against 10 men. So when the goals came, you felt the sense of relief around Celtic Park.
Did you see a big improvement on what Nancy is trying to implement? Because it looked to be a better game from what I saw of it.
I think they're getting used to it. I mean, Perry will know this. If you're transitioning a team from a back 4 to a back 3, it's very difficult, especially to do it mid-season. And, Celtic are now getting used to it. Ralston, Trusty and Tierney have now played together in that system. They looked a little bit more comfortable. Luke McCowan, who I like in the middle of the park, was playing out wide on the left. So there's players playing where they would not naturally be playing. And I think that just has taken a little bit of time for them to get used to it. But certainly, on chances created, over 30 chances created today, it looks like they are on the right track.
Paul, doesn't matter about systems. You need big players, you need big characters, and players take responsibility. And Kieran Tierney's done exactly that again.
I love Kieran Tierney as a footballer. I think he shows great grit and resilience. He shows everything that Celtic want out of their team. Callum McGregor was driving forward constantly. But one of the problems is, Perry, they do not have enough players like that throughout the squad. I think one thing that might have been overlooked a little bit over the last little while is, for me, Celtic are without their best 3 players. Alistair Johnson, Cameron Carter-Vickers and Jota. They are 3 players that are first picks no matter what. So they have been playing a little bit under strength. But what gets me is you look at the Celtic bench today, and it's not as strong as it's been in the last few years, and that's the problem. I just don't think they've got the depth of squad that they're looking for. I think the neglect of enhancing the squad in the summer is there for all to see. And Wilfred Nancy has got to, if he's going to be given time, needs to get some players in there, because what Celtic have brought in are not of Celtic quality.
Could this be the moment, though, that the whole season turns in Celtic's favour?
I think it might help them if Hearts hadn't beaten Rangers earlier. I think that, Hearts have now done the double over Rangers. They've beaten Celtic. They are flying at the moment. And, Rangers themselves have come on to a little bit of a game. They were the form team ahead of this weekend. The problem I think Celtic have, Sam, is that other teams see Celtic as vulnerable, and that has not happened up here over the last few years.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we saw with Manchester City last season, that all of a sudden you could sort of sense that teams felt they could go and have a go at them a little bit and they could breach them, and they did, and the same with Liverpool this season in some senses as well. They do remain 6 points behind Hearts at the top of the table. They do have a game in hand, though, and that means they're very much still in the title race.
Oh, I mean, you would argue it's Celtic's title still to lose. They're the champions. They're perennial champions up here. They've got the biggest budget. They've got the opportunity to go into the transfer market in January, should they wish to. And they've got, from my point of view, I think what they've got to do is go out and buy a couple of big players that are going to make a difference. Because at the moment, other players, and I know this, are looking at that Celtic team sheet and thinking, yeah, we can go to Celtic Park. We can beat them on our own patch. They're not scared. Hearts have already bringing in one other player. They're looking at another couple. They're also looking to see if it's worth them gambling, perhaps just that little bit extra money, because you've got to think that come next season, Celtic won't be in this shambles, and neither will Rangers.
Well, Celtic obviously get a lot of criticism, and there's been a lot of criticism, some of it too much for the executive chairman. I know he stood down as a result of it earlier in the week, but because a lot of the supporters feel as if maybe they didn't spend the money before they decided whether or not, before they worked out whether they were going to be in the Champions League or not. And once they realised they weren't going to be in the Champions League, they didn't lash out that cash. And that seems to be sort of the way they've been doing things for a while, really. And that doesn't really give them the chance to compete on the European stage. Now they find themselves in a situation, it was always going to catch up with them in the end. If you don't keep spending the money and keep driving the team forward, then you are going to become more vulnerable. You are going to become maybe a bit of a sitting duck. And if they don't end up turning this around, it will be a major, major story. I mean, the last team that wasn't one of Rangers or Celtic to win this title was Sir Alex Ferguson's Aberdeen. So, I mean, this never, ever happens. I mean, Hearts are the major disruptors, and watching them today, they look a very well-drilled outfit. Derek McInnes has done a terrific job there, Paul.
I think Derek McInnes has got the advantage over the managers of Celtic and Rangers, is that he knows the Scottish game inside out, and he's managed about 600 games or something like that overall. He's got the experience. He's been there. He's seen it. He's very relaxed as a character. He knows what he wants. He had that time. I mean, he was a very successful Aberdeen manager in the fact that he won them a trophy. And I think you've got a time limit. Perry will know this as well. You've got a time limit. And I think his time had come to leave Aberdeen, but he knows that this is a huge job for him at Hearts. He knows he's got the backing financially of Tony Bloom. I think they're probably a little bit ahead of where they expected to be, but they've had a blip. They've then come back. They've beaten Celtic. They've beaten Rangers. And people are now starting to think that Hearts can win this. I didn't think that in October. I didn't think it in November. I think it now.
Interesting. Paul, thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's Paul Mitchell, our Scottish reporter, speaking to us about Celtic's game. It was at Celtic Park earlier today as they managed to get over the line against Aberdeen, despite Aberdeen playing with 10 players for a long time. They found themselves locked at 1-1 with 2 minutes to go before Kieran Tierney popped up with what ended up being a winner, and then a clinching goal from James Forrest in stoppage time. It means the top of the table sees Hearts with a 6-point advantage, but with Celtic having a game in hand. Let's get off to Alex Crook, because Bruno Fernandes has got a bit of an issue, but Manchester United are playing some brilliant football going forward.
But they're behind. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 0, and this is an absolute peach from Morgan Rogers. He just about kept the ball in play right in front of the Manchester United subs on this near side of the ground, but having kept the ball in play, he runs to the left corner of the penalty area, and he has curled a screamer beyond Senny Le Mans, into the top left-hand corner. He's whipping up the crowd now, Rodgers, away to my left. As you say, it's come really against the run of play. United have had a series of spurned opportunities. Villa, since the opening flurry, have created very little. But this is absolutely superb from Rodgers, with Bruno Fernandes, as you alluded to, struggling with a hamstring injury. Manchester United are behind. What a hit. Villa 1, Manchester United 0.
Well, it is just inside the area, and they have a habit of scoring from outside the area. But this goal basically sums up Aston Villa, Crook, doesn't it? You know, they were on the back foot. Manchester United were going at them, and then they come up with a moment of genius from a top-quality player that puts them into the lead. That is a fantastic goal, which the goalkeeper has got absolutely no chance of stopping.
And scored by a player banging form. We've got ref cam this afternoon. I've just seen on my monitor the view that Michael Oliver had of it. It is oh so sweet from Morgan Rodgers, but doesn't really tally with the story of the game. As I say, Manchester United have had most of the opportunities. They've been made to pay for not taking those chances as Patrick Dorgu forces a corner. But that's what Aston Villa have. They have match winners, they have geniuses. And Morgan Rodgers is playing out of his skin at the moment, and it's a goal worthy of winning any game. We're into 4 added minutes and Villa lead 1-0.
Do you know when you said earlier they're over reliant on goals from outside the edge of the box, and their XG, whatever.
Yeah.
And I said, players allowed to be brilliant.
That's another one.
That is the example, because it's a brilliant ball from John McGinn in the first place, out to the left-hand side. Morgan Rodgers has to stretch. It's great touch to keep it in. Euro goes to closing out. That is Man United defensively in a nutshell, where Euro has got to go and close Morgan Rodgers down because he's got to stop him getting onto his right foot. But what he does brilliantly is when he gets to the corner of the 18-yard box, he uses Agate. Agate's got back in goal side, and they think, oh, we've got no problems here. And he uses Agate, and he bends it round him and bends it into Lomon's top left-hand corner. You said there.
Goalie's got no.
He's got no chance because it's that good a shot. He doesn't even have time to move his feet. You know, normally a goalkeeper will bounce.
He couldn't really see it.
But the thing is, when he does see it, it's virtually gone past his left shoulder, and goals look great, don't they, when the goalkeeper just looks over his left shoulder and thinks, oh, that's gone top bins, and he doesn't move. That is just genius from it's his 6th goal in the last 12 Premier League games. Genius.
I love the fact that I was teeing Crook up by saying that Manchester United were playing some really good football, and then...
Oh, they've equalised! They are level! It's Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1. It's a mistake in the Aston Villa defence, and it is seized upon by Matheus Cunha. Matty Cash with a poor back pass into his own penalty area. Cunha gets on the end of it, and he rifles his shot beyond Martinez into the far corner. You have to say, in the balance of play, they deserve that. But Matty Cash has had an absolute nightmare moment. 1-1 in stoppage time.
They certainly do deserve it, but you're absolutely right. I don't know what on earth he's seen. Actually, I'm not necessarily sure it was a back pass. I think maybe Dorgu nudged it through to him because he closed him down so brilliantly. It was a bit of both, really. But it was a good finish by Cunha. Couldn't miss from that sort of range, though, I suppose. He's just outside the 6-yard box, bends it into the far corner. It's 1-1.
He's been terrific, Cunha.
He has. We were saying that earlier on off air. He's been absolutely superb. But he needs more goals. He needs more contributions to big moments, and that was certainly one of those. 1-1 then, and if you were watching on live stream and you were wondering why Perry Groves got up and celebrated, he's not anti-Aston Villa, by the way. He just chose both teams to score.
Some clubs don't like that, do they? Some clubs don't like that.
No, I'm just glad that, by the way, the pressure's on you two Herberts now, because...
Well, my player should have been booked.
I'm done, right? I'm done. I'm one and done. By the way, that was dirty Cash, because Cash, should you be seen, helping up at the right-hand touchline, tries to cut back inside. Brilliant finish from Cunha. My job here is done.
Half-time coming from Villa Park very shortly. This is talkSPORT. You're listening to Game Day Live with me, Sam Matterface, Perry Groves and Alex Crook. Across the sporting world today, Hearts 2, Rangers 1, Celtic 3, Aberdeen 1. Morocco and Comoros play at 7 o'clock tonight. We've got National League action, Women's League Cup quarter-final action, PDC World Darts, Prem Rugby as well to keep you updated with throughout the course of the afternoon. It's half-time in the game at Villa Park. It's talkSPORT's Alex Crook.
Yeah, and a terrific first half it was as well. It's Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1. Villa took the lead against the run of play in the final minute of normal time. Morgan Rogers did really well, sprinting down this left-hand side to keep the ball in play originally. He carries it into the penalty area, and from the left corner of the box, he's curled an unstoppable right-footed shot beyond Senny Lemons into the far corner, but United drew level 3 minutes into stoppage time. Matty Cash had his pocket picked by Patrick Dorgu, who just about managed to poke the ball forward for Mateus Cunha with an unerring finish low into the far left corner beyond Emi Martinez. United had been the better team before falling behind. Cunha put an effort wide from 25 yards with only 3 minutes played. Benjamin Šeško missed two golden opportunities, one-on-one with Martinez. The first was saved by the legs of the Villa goalkeeper. The second, the touch from Šeško was absolutely appalling, took the ball too far wide and the opportunity had gone. Martinez made another save to keep out Cunha, who's been excellent from distance, and at the other end, Le Mans made a really good stop from McGinn before Ollie Watkins' follow-up effort was blocked by Dorgu. Really good watch this, and it's Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1 at half-time.
Back with you in just a second. Let's get the latest odds, all thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
And we welcome James Mackey back to the show. James, what are the half-time odds for Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1?
Yeah, Villa started the game really well, didn't they, Sam, with some big chances and took the lead through that stunner from Morgan Rogers before Cunha brought the game level. And Villa are now 13-8 to go on and win the game in the second half. Man United have had some chances of their own, and Ruben Amorim will be happy with the side's performance in that first half, where they're righting it after Cunha's goal just before half-time and are now 9-4 to take the points. Will the game stay the same as it is at half-time and finish in a draw? That can be backed at 13-8. Looking at the player markets in the second half and starting with Villa, it was Morgan Rogers who got that first goal of the game with that superb strike. He's 4-1 to score two or more in the game. Ollie Watkins, he's been threatening as well. He's 3-1 to score any time in the second half. For Man United, Mateus Cunha has been threatening all game and finally got his goal. He's 7-2 to score two or more in the game. And Šeško has also had some chances. He's 4-1 to score any time in the second half. And just on the charity bet, Sam, well, it's all to play for. With the both teams to score leg in, we just need Ugarte to be carded and Bruno Fernandes to score to land the £565.95 to the Bobby Morphin. And we do have safe, so I know Bruno was grimacing with an injury, so he does go off and he hasn't scored. That leg will carry on into the second half.
It'd be fascinating to see what happens with Bruno Fernandes as well, whether or not they keep him on or not. He looks as if he was struggling, didn't he, in that latter part of the first half. Manuel Ugarte committed 2 fouls in that, and when you look at our charity bet, I thought you should have been booked already.
I know. Look, Sam, it's all to play for, isn't it? You'd like to think if he makes one more foul, he might go in the book, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, dear. Never wanted to see someone get a yellow card as much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We've got our both teams to score in. We've got Manuel Ugarte as well already teetering on the brink of a yellow card, and Bruno Fernandes, we do have safe sub just in case. This is talkSPORT, and that's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Ben Fisher, the Midlands correspondent from The Guardian, is at the game today. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1. He joins us now. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Sam.
Thanks for coming on the programme today. It's been a great first half. One that I think Manchester United pretty much dominated for large portions of that middle area of that first 45 minutes. And I think Aston Villa almost stunned them by taking the lead.
Yeah, I think, Villa on home soil at Villa Park are quite a formidable force, as we know. So I think United deserve credit for the way they went about the game and made life, fairly uncomfortable for Villa. But Villa on home soil is a force to be reckoned with. And what a goal from Morgan Rogers.
How well is he playing right now?
Yeah, he's doing brilliantly, and we saw it that first glimpse for England. I think it was the September international break. Really slow start with Villa, in keeping with the team. Didn't score a league goal till the 21st of September. But since Morgan Rogers came back from international duties, got into his stride for club and country, and what a bit of magic, to keep the ball in on the touchline, and then as soon as he's going inside, you know what's going to happen, but it's another thing stopping it.
Ben, just looking at the game, Matheus Cunha looks like he's been Man United's best player in the first half, and Aston Villa haven't really got to grips with him because obviously he's floating in behind Sesko, so Kamara or Nana, one of those has to take a bit more responsibility.
Yeah, agreed. He's picking up lots of the ball, isn't he, Perry? Just outside sort of the 18-yard box, 25 yards from goal. He's there. Villa maybe, need to get a bit tighter to him or just react that bit quicker. They're not, I suppose, not blessed with so many options, Villa, injury-wise, depth. So whether they can rejig it, Tielemans is obviously playing a lot higher, which has been working, and it is working, but by doing that you maybe lose out at the other end. But I agree with you, Cunha definitely looking dangerous. He's had a couple of sighters. He had that first chance, didn't he? Rasping strike just wide of a post. He looks definitely in the mood, and obviously that took his goal superbly, has to be said.
When you look at you say about the not having as much on the bench as other teams up in that area, but both teams are in a situation where they're slightly depleted in terms of resources here. But do you think that's one of the reasons why, when people are talking about the title race, Aston Villa are often sort of pushed to the margins of the conversation?
Absolutely, Sam. I think that the depth is definitely the kind of recurring theme when it comes to the title race. People think, it's not deep enough for them to go the distance. The sort of caveat, or the sort of argument against that, I would say, is that Unai Emery, he likes a tight-knit group. He likes using those sort of 11, 12, 13 players. And as long as, injuries, God forbid, are not a problem, then I'm not sure it makes too much difference to this kind of Villa machine that he's got. Obviously, 9 wins in a row. I think if everybody's fit, it's fine. I think if they were to lose a big player, a Kamara, a Konsa, Martinez has been in and out, but I think if they can keep the core group fit, I don't necessarily see that as such a big issue, because I think he likes that small squad, as we've seen with Harvey Elliott, more than capable player. We know what he's capable of, but he can't get a sniff, and Emery's not bothered about that. He just wants that core group, and he keeps churning out the results.
So I think Villa will struggle with the squad depth when it comes back into the Europa League again, because he's like the Jedi of the Europa League, Emery. But I think you're going to get a different Villa in this second half, because normally they're high energy, normally they press. I don't think they were quite at it in that first half. And what Villa have done well in this little run that they've got on, won the last 9 on the trot at home, all comps, they always come out with more verve in the second half.
Yeah, and I suppose the other thing is Daniel Marlon, Emi Buendia as well. We've seen, making interventions off the bench. Obviously, Buendia, that brilliant last kick of the game against Arsenal.
All right, Ben, didn't have to go there, mate.
Emery's got those options as well, hasn't he? So, yeah, I think it should be a cracker of a second half, and obviously both managers can change it.
Going back to February the 22nd, Villa have the best points per game than any Premier League side. They've won 33 points this season before today. Only once since 1980-81 have they won more points at this stage of a top-flight season, and that was back in 23-24 when they ended up qualifying for the Champions League. Ben, thank you very much. We're looking forward to the second half. It was a very good first half of football, and it looks as if Aston Villa and Manchester United will give us more entertainment in the second half. Lisandro Martinez appears to be coming on at the start of the second half as well. Presumably that will be for Bruno Fernandes, although we'll find out with Alex Crook very shortly indeed. Can Villa win 10 in a row, or will Manchester United continue to be the side that they just can't beat at Villa Park? This is talkSPORT. Sam Matterface on GameDay Live with Sky Sports. And don't forget that with Now you can stream the Premier League flexibly with an Now Sports Day or month membership, 18+ stream via the internet. Terms apply. Next we'll be speaking live to Luke Woodhouse after he won at the PDC World Darts Championship earlier today. GameDay live on talkSPORT with me, Sam Matterface, and Perry Groves. Alex Crook is at the game at Villa Park, and there's been a substitution, Alex.
Yeah, and a pretty significant one as well. It's just about to start this second half. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1, but no Bruno Fernandes. The United skipper went down holding his hamstring just before Morgan Rogers broke the deadlock. Actually, that goal cancelled out by Mateus Cunha in first half stoppage time. Fernandes off, Lisandro Martinez on, and I guess the fact he's had to bring on a defender to play in midfield, Ruben Amorim, just tells you how light United are at this moment in time, already without as many as 7 first-team players before this game. 8 now with Fernandes, of course, heading into a really busy time of the season. 1-1.
Lisandro Martinez, I think he has played quite a bit in central midfield for Ajax many moons ago. Played left back, played left centre half, played as a out-and-out centre back as well. He's very adaptable, very good footballer, but he is just coming back from a very long-term injury, and it is a lot to ask him to thrust him into the cut and thrust of a Premier League midfield at this time of the season.
Don't worry about that.
Has been saying. Why?
Our bet's gone.
No, I bet hasn't gone.
He's got a score, hasn't he?
With safe sub from Betfair.
He's got a score.
Well, Lisandro Martinez can
score.
score goals. He scored against Fulham, the winner, back in January 2025. He scored against Liverpool away from home, also in January. So that's he's got the ability to score goals.
So we're looking for a cheeky little set piece. Is that what you're saying?
Listen, anything can happen. Don't write it off just because you're getting cocky now because you've got one leg of one bet right in the whole season. Well done. Talking of someone who's got quite a few legs right already, the world number 25, the PDC World Darts Championship is underway and is probably in full swing now, and Luke Woodhouse is too. He beat Max Hopp 3-0 earlier on today, and he joins us now. Hi, how are you getting on?
Hi, mate. You okay?
Hello. Good. Good, thank you. You beat Max earlier on today, quite a convincing win. What was the secret to your success?
No secret, really. I was just really happy to get, I would say, the sort of 3-0 win. A lot of the players, they all just want to get back to after Christmas. So, yeah, I'm really chuffed for the win.
Was it as comfortable as the 3-0 scoreline suggests?
Obviously not, because unfortunately the Zoom is frozen, so it wasn't feeling particularly comfortable.
I need to go back.
He didn't look particularly comfortable when that freeze frame came out, I must admit. He will play Andrew Gilding in the next round of the competition, and that's quite an interesting matchup. He got a good win yesterday. You're back now. What do you make of your next opponent?
Andrew's a top player. He's a UK Open champion. He's a really, really good player. He's beat obviously Chris Dobie. So I'm full respect for Andrew. So it'll be a tough game.
How are you feeling your year is going so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the way my year's gone. I'm always progressing, always getting better. I'm slowly climbing the rankings. So I'm optimistic for the rest of this tournament.
Look, when you're practicing, obviously, before you go on stage, everybody, I don't believe any sports person said they don't get nerves, because that's, part of the job and how you handle them. There'll be times where you think, I'm in the groove and I'm flying really freely and smoothly. If you're not, how do you get yourself back into that?
Yeah, it's a tough one, really. I mean, even tonight, the first 2 sets tonight, I felt so good, especially the first set. I felt really good. And then I come back out and I felt a little bit edgy. It's a tough one. You have to just keep reminding yourself that you've put enough practice in and enough work in on the board that it's going to come good. So, it's a hard one sometimes. But like I say, tonight I've managed to get the job done, and hopefully we go on from here.
So what do you do now, Luke? Would you just sort of a bit relaxing time for the rest of the day and then just bang on practicing again?
Yeah, so I'm travelling back home tonight, back up to sort of Worcestershire, and probably a bit of family time next couple of days, and then back on the practice board, ready for the after Christmas. I'm not sure what day I'll play yet, so but I'll be definitely putting some time in the board.
What have you made of the extended PDC World Darts Championship this year? Because we've upped the ante in terms of the number of players that are competing.
It hasn't really affected me, really. This is the first year I've been a seed, so previous years the seeds have come in the second round, but I've always started from the very first round. It's not really affected me too much. I suppose as a tournament point of view, it makes sense that everyone starts from the first round when it's 128 players, but yeah, look, I'm one of these people that I'll take every match as it comes. But yeah, I've not really thought about it too much.
Was there a wasp in the auditorium today?
I didn't see one today on the stage.
He's focused. He was just looking straight at the board. Luke doesn't deal with wasps, do you, mate?
Yeah. I didn't notice any today, but there's been a few, and there's been a lot of talk about the Ali Pali wasp. I'm not sure where they come from, but yeah, I didn't see any today.
You sure it's a wasp and not someone's drone?
It's a little drone, isn't it? Well, you did world's smallest drone.
I've seen small drones.
Everyone seems to think it's the same wasp, but I think Chizzy the other night he had two on his shirt at the same time, so it's not just one wasp. There's a few going on, I think.
Luke, you said about the Ali Pali there, and it's amazing, the levels that darts has got to with the crowds in there. Can you feed off that positive energy when you go in? You obviously you have your walk-on music, and you get onto the stage. It all seems like everything is positive.
Oh, 100%. The hour before the game, you feel really nervous and edgy, but as soon as you get onto the top of your walk-on, you can feel sort of the buzz from the crowd. It plays a massive part in how you do and how you feel on that stage. You obviously always want the crowd to be with you, but just the noise of the crowd itself can really play a huge part in how you perform in your game.
It's such a great atmosphere and it's such a great experience, and I've been lucky enough to go a couple of times. And I wonder whether or not you think that, listen, I hope you go on and win the whole thing and you're in right to the very end. But if you don't manage to do that, do you ever think that actually wouldn't it be great to go in disguise as somebody else and go and sit in the crowd and just really enjoy that atmosphere?
What goes the Pink Panther?
I don't know, something like that. Just turn up and just go and have some fun and just be on the other side of it, because it must be so great with all that energy behind you that, I don't know, sometimes maybe you want to sample it for yourself.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, I've never really been to Alexandra Palace. I've only ever been as a player, so I've never really experienced it. But yeah, I mean, I think Jack Whitehall come last year and he was in sort of fancy dress, disguised, and he was just in the crowd normally without getting too much hassle. So I think it can be done. I think you'd have to sort of go, maybe as, I don't know, dressed as one of the Teletubbies or something, so you could, really go and experience it. But yeah, for sure, I think anybody that hasn't been to Ali Pali, they don't really understand sort of the atmosphere it can create. It's unbelievable.
Okay. Listen, Luke, we won't ask you what you're going to go as because we don't want to give it away. So if you decide to do that, me and Stuart Pearce have decided that one day we're going to go as a pantomime horse. He's promised to be the back end, though. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Luke. That's Luke Woodhouse, who beat Max Hopp earlier today by 3 sets to nothing. The evening session begins at 7 o'clock on talkSPORT 2. We'll have reports here on talkSPORT.
Did you see the Ray Parlour, what went viral, no? Razor.
Go on.
So he's obviously in, like, the VIP seats right at the front.
No.
So all the crowd have seen him there and gone, boring, Parlour, boring, but like giving him a load of stick. So what does Ray do?
He's got to get involved.
He stands up, gets a pint, necks it in one, and just gives them the Angel of the North. What do you want? And then the whole place absolutely rocks. It is brilliant. Honestly, it is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
He is terrific. He's great fun, is Ray Parlour. Tomorrow night, we've got live commentary of Fulham against Nottingham Forest. It kicks off at 8 o'clock. Adrian, I and Danny Murphy will be in attendance for that. Looking forward to that. Tuesday night, we've got more action. Arsenal against Crystal Palace in the League Cup quarter-final. What's happening in this afternoon's action? We're 8 minutes into the second half, and here's talkSPORT's Alex Crook.
And it's still Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 1. United without their captain Bruno Fernandes for this second half after he was forced off at half-time with a hamstring injury. But it's United who've looked the more likely to add to the scoring. Mason Mount drove a teasing ball right across the 6-yard line. Benjamin Šeško on the slide, couldn't quite get there. And just a few moments ago, Luke Shaw with a corner from the far right touchline, left-footed, only half clear, came from Mount just outside the area, and he dragged his effort just wide of the left-hand post. Aston Villa supporters trying to give their team plenty of vocal encouragement, but at the moment it's still one apiece.
Aston Villa have won the last 9 in a row. Can they get over the line against Manchester United? Diogo Dalot leading in attack now, thwarted by Ian Martson. It still remains a 1-1. This is talkSPORT. It's Game Day Live, and next we'll be looking ahead to the start of the Africa Cup of Nations. And the first game, Morocco against Comoros, begins tonight at 7 o'clock UK time. Tony Afoki is going to join us. Morgan Rogers, he's just magic. Here's Alex Crook.
58 minutes on the clock. Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Morgan Rogers at the double, and his second goal is just as sumptuous as the first. In fact, Amadou Onana has just placed an imaginary crown on the head of Morgan Rogers. He is the king of Villa Park. It was Yuri Tillemans with a cross into the area from the left-hand side, cushioned back to Morgan Rogers, and as he did in the first half, he cuts in from the left on his right foot. It's Luke Shaw this time, or Ugarte again actually, that he uses as a shield, and he bends his shot beyond Le Mans into the far corner. It's an almost identical finish, and for the second time, Aston Villa lead. Villa 2, Manchester United 1.
Do you think that Lenny Yoro should have done a little bit more there?
Potentially. I think actually it looked like the move had fallen down when the ball was played by Kamara to Tillemans. It was played slightly behind him, and the fact that Aston Villa have managed to resurrect the attack, I think, will be really frustrating for Ruben Amorim.
Well, Rodgers is a gambler, and it's the second time he's cashed in because he's just got to the knockdown first. Yoro's got to do better again, because that is history repeating, isn't it? He's just got himself inside the penalty box this time, and again with his right foot, he's just bent it past Le Mans, give him absolutely no chance whatsoever, and it's just individual brilliance from Morgan Rogers.
Well, Manchester United should have been level because Diogo Dalot has just produced a shot which was pushed away by Emi Martinez. But I just don't understand why Dorgu takes so long to get the shot away, Crook.
Yeah, absolutely. And this probably goes back to what Ruben Amorim was saying a few weeks ago, that the Patrick Dorgu who plays for Manchester United is very different to the one that plays and quite often scores and provides goals for Denmark, because you're right, the shot from Dalot saved initially comes for Dorgu, corner of the 6-yard box. He takes an eternity to get the left foot shot away, and by the time he does, it's blocked by Matty Cash, and then Matheus Cunha has just put the corner straight out for a goal kick. I do feel for Ruben Amorim here. I think that change that he had to make at half-time, taking off Bruno Fernandes Martinez, who, as you say, can play in midfield, but clearly he's not as dynamic, not as creative. To come to a place like this where Aston Villa bang in form, will give you 10 wins in a row, and have to take off your talisman at half-time, it's an almost impossible task.
Thank you very much, Alex Crook, who's watching Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1. We're just about to hit the hour mark on talkSPORT. Let's turn our attention to what's happening tonight at 7 o'clock, and it is the Africa Cup of Nations, and talkSPORT's AFCON correspondent is wheeling his way in the back of a car to the opening game of the tournament. Tony Afoke is in Morocco. Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Last time I saw you were just about to board a plane, and you were running out on me in the middle of the night. But anyway, let's focus.
He was pretending he was boarding a plane.
Yeah,
he was just running
he just
away.
wanted to get away from me, I think. Let's talk a little bit about the opening match that takes place at 7 p.m. UK time this evening. Morocco against Comoros. How much pressure is on the host to win this tournament?
You know what? There's a lot of pressure on Morocco, and I've noticed it with fans. The amount of fans I've spoken to, Morocco's especially the favourite, but a lot of the Moroccan fans don't think they're going to win it, and it's quite surprising. They're quite scared of the other teams, of your Nigeria, your Senegal. But I think following the World Cup in 2022, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Morocco to win this tournament, and with the players they have hosting the tournament, everyone's eyes are looking at them, and hopefully they can do it.
How much do you think the players not being released sort of just a week before the tournament starts is going to have an effect on not just the smaller nations, but the bigger nations as well?
Yeah, I do agree with that. I did notice that a lot of the smaller nations came quite earlier. So like Uganda, for instance, they came 2 weeks earlier. So I know a lot of the big nations that they were beefing with, whether the Premier League clubs or other clubs trying to get them. I think when it comes to international tournaments, chemistry is key, and you want them to be together as soon as possible. So I think that might play a bit of a part into it, but I still expect Morocco to do something today.
In terms of the idea of the excitement around the AFCON, talk to us about what the key storylines are around the tournament, because obviously a lot of the discussion today has been the fact that they're going to change the schedule again. You know, I did a lot of AFCON football in the early part of the 2010s, and there was sort of a change in the calendar. It was every 4 years, then it was every 2 years. Then they did it back-to-back years because they were going to odd years rather than even years. And then they were going to try and move it to the summer, but the wet season didn't allow them to do that in certain bands of Africa. So what is the sort of narrative going into the tournament? Because it needs to find its place in the calendar, because this is a very, very important part of the international football calendar, and it deserves its own special place.
Yeah, Sam, I do agree. I think the narrative is that now that it's been announced from 2028, it's going to be every 4 years. I think that's kind of given some more clarity, but just the whole changing of it just feels like CAF are trying to appease other competitions, and it always feels like the AFCON's trying to appease whether the Club World Cup, like the fact that it's playing during Christmas, the fact that I'm going to be spending Christmas here for the first time and not with my family, is to do with the fact that we're appeasing it for the Club World Cup. But I think now that it's every 4 years from 2028 going forward, other than the next AFCON, which will be in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, and then there's going to be the one in 2028. So hopefully now that it's every 4 years, there should be at least clarity, and it'll have its own special place, and there won't be any questions on when is AFCON going to be, and it would be like for the Euros, for example. I just think the fact that it's gone to every 2 years, every 4 years, maybe even numbers, and then 1 year we had to change it because one nation couldn't host it last minute, so the Ivory Coast had to do it. I just think now it's every 4 years, we won't have this issue where no one's going to know when AFCON is, and it will be a place in the calendar and everyone will know when it is.
Tony, you mentioned there about Morocco being one of the favourites. Give us sort of an outsider where you think, could ruffle a few feathers, and give us a player that we know obviously all the Premier League players that have gone over there. Give us a player that you think could have a big effect on the tournament.
Okay, so my tournament outsiders, I want to say Nigeria, but we're not really outsiders. My tournament outsiders will be South Africa. I think South Africa are really, really good side, and I watched them in the last AFCON. Nigeria beat them in the semi-finals. But one thing about South Africa is that there's no star players there, but Hugo Bruce, who won an AFCON already, has gone into this side and really drilled them into a really well-driven side. And a lot of them do play their football in South Africa, which helps. I think last time out in the AFCON, 9 out of the 11 players all played for the same club team, and you can tell. So South Africa are going to be my ones to watch. And my player to watch, I'm going to go with Brian Mbeumo. And the reason I'm going to go with Brian Mbeumo is because it's his first AFCON. And normally players acclimatise to AFCON. You normally think that, because this guy is so good in the Premier League, he can do an AFCON. And it really doesn't work like that. I've seen Didier Drogba not have the best AFCON. I've seen so many Premier League players. Didier Drogba never won an AFCON. And so Brian Mbeumo is going to be my one to watch, because Cameroon are going through a tough time right now. It's not really the Cameroon of old where you had your Samuel Eto'os, you had your players, your Rigobert Songs, and the Cameroon of old. They've still got the players, but they're not really AFCON ready. So I'm going to look at Brian Mbeumo. I know I'm going to go to the game against Ivory Coast, and I'm going to, not as a Man United fan, but I'm going to really watch out for him just to see how he does at an AFCON.
And one more question before we let you go, because we've got to move on. But there's a lot more African representation at the World Cup next summer. And I just wonder whether you think there is a chance for an African side to go further than maybe before. Morocco did such a good job in Qatar in 2022. We've had little sporadic moments where African teams have caused a splash on the world stage. But how far do you think an African team could go next year? And are Senegal best placed?
Oh, it's a good question. I would definitely say they could definitely. I expect to see an African team in the quarterfinals. I can definitely say that reaching the semi-finals is going to be a very hard task. Morocco did an amazing job back in Qatar in 2022. Are Senegal best placed? I think so. I think Senegal right now are the team to watch. And even speaking to Moroccan fans, everyone seems scared of Senegal. But that was in the same AFCON last time. Senegal were the reigning champion and then they got bounced out in the round of 16. So you never really know when it comes to AFCON. But I think Senegal, in regards to the World Cup, they're going to be a team to watch because especially in their group as well, playing France in their group is going to be a difficult game. But other than that, I feel like they will be one of the teams that could maybe go far. And I'm not sure if they can go past the semi-final or even reach the semi-final, but definitely a quarterfinals, I expect.
Yeah, listen, they're such a good team and they're so well organised as well. I think they were absolutely terrific when they came to the City Ground earlier in the season, as Manchester United missed a big chance. And Matthias Cunha actually just sort of glanced the header wide of the right-hand upright right at the very last after a really good delivery. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate that. Enjoy the AFCON. We'll check in with you throughout the course of the next month or so. Let's get back to Alex Crook. What a chance that was for Manchester United.
Oh, massive chance. It's still Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1. The best cross that Patrick Dorgu has delivered, probably not just today, but arguably all season in a Manchester United shirt. Picks out Cunha at the far post. He just needs to guide his header beyond the stranded Emi Martinez. He almost nods it down into the ground and wide of that left-hand upright. You wonder if United will get too many better opportunities to get back on level terms. They played well this afternoon, Ruben Amorim's side, but they've been undone by 2 moments of quality. Morgan Rogers at the double with 2 almost identical curling finishes, and he nearly had a third a few moments ago. A corner from the right-hand side was whipped into the edge of the penalty area. He made it first time, Rogers. It was blocked by a United defender, and there's your yellow card, Sam, for Manuel Ugarte. He's just gone flying into a challenge on Boubacar Kamara. So it's just me now letting the charity bet down. 2-1 Villa.
Oh,
how you feeling, Crookie?
How you feeling, Crook?
Well, what can I do when the captain goes off injured at half-time?
It's safe sub from Betfair. You've got Licha Martinez who can still score you a go, and he had a shot.
He has had a shot. He did. He had a shot that he fired wide from distance. I sense there could be a sting in this towel, but Aston Villa with Morgan Rogers in this form. I'm just debating what I'm going to write about for the talkSPORT website, and it's obvious to me. I'm going to write about Morgan Rogers and the fact that surely on form, he's England's number 10 at the World Cup, isn't he?
I think you should probably write about the fact that you've donated 500 quid to Betfair
do you know what?
after letting everybody down because it's Christmas charity.
The words right out of my mouth. I was saying, knowing Crookie, he'd have just a little donation and say, I'm really sorry, I've let the side down. It'll cost you a month.
Again. Yeah.
I'll
do it.
Have a little.
Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah. Some breaking news in the last 24 hours. The London City Lionesses have decided to part company with their head coach. And Axel Disasi, we understand, is actively looking to leave Chelsea in the January transfer window. More on that as we get it. This is Game Day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. Next, we'll be joined by former Premier League manager Alan Pardew. He's going to look back on all the weekend's Premier League action. Hello, this is Game Day Live. It's talkSPORT with me, Sam Matterface. Perry Groves is here as well. And Alex Crook is watching the final 20 minutes of Aston Villa on the cusp of winning 10 in a row.
Yeah, Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Couple of interesting changes here from United. Joshua Zirkzee and Jack Fletcher, son of Darren Fletcher, have come on. Manuel Ugarte having just been booked, replaced. But bearing in mind United are chasing an equaliser. Benjamin Šeško, who had those two great opportunities he couldn't take in the first half, he's made way with Zirkzee now the focal point of the attack. Aston Villa 17 minutes away from that 10th successive win in all competitions. They lead 2-1.
Yeah, and also they'll be 3 points behind the top of the table, Arsenal, if they do manage to secure the victory today. Interesting that they're taking Šeško off. He also had a second opportunity in this second 45 when the ball was whipped into the 6-yard box and he just arrived just a second too late. It's one of those opportunities that a number 9 should be gobbling up. In the Scottish Premiership, Hearts extended their lead and then it was pegged back by Celtic. They beat Rangers by 2-1. Then Celtic won 3-1 shortly afterwards, although Aberdeen were reduced to 10 players. Morocco against Comoros gets underway in around about an hour's time. The first of the Africa Cup of Nations games. And watching for us, talkSPORT's Ian Abrahams.
And Morocco will be expected to win. Semi-finalists at the last World Cup. Only 5 hosts have failed to win the opening game. The last, Burkina Faso in 1998. But watch out for Comoros, a counter-attacking style, although they are ranked 108 in the world.
Back with Ian throughout the course of the evening in the Women's League Cup quarter-finals. West Ham beaten at home by Manchester City. Chelsea 9-1 winners away at Liverpool. Crystal Palace beaten at home by Arsenal by 2-0. Manchester United came from behind to beat Tottenham Hotspur by 2-1. Brackley loses at home to Morecambe. Solihull Moors 4-1 winners against Sutton United. Braintree and Hartlepool shared the points. Gateshead beaten at home by Eastleigh. Boreham Wood beat Carlisle by 2-0. And Halifax drew 2-2 with Wilston, all in the National League. Doniel Marlon and Luca Digne just about to come on for Aston Villa as they look to see out the game at Villa Park. And Newcastle Red Bulls beaten 50 points to 14 by Bath in Prem Rugby. This is Game Day Live. You're listening to talkSPORT. And let's take a quick check on the latest odds, all thanks to Betfair.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
And it's currently Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Villa 7-2 on to go on and win the game. The draw is 16-5. United are 16-1 to win the match. And our charity bet looks pretty good right now. 15 minutes to go. Both teams to score. Perry Groves in. Manuel Ugarte to be booked. Me in. We're just waiting for Bruno Fernandes to score. Only he was substituted at half-time. Crook. Oh, dear. But we do have safe sub from Betfair, which means if Licha Martinez scores in the next 15 minutes, then we can take home the loot and just plump up that charity pot for the Bobby Moore Fund. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Odds update on talkSPORT with Betfair. Play in a different league this season with Safe Sum from Betfair. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
And I'm delighted to say that joining us in the studio is the former Crystal Palace, West Ham and Newcastle manager, Alan Pardew. Hello.
Indeed it is.
Pards. Nice to see you.
How are you? You all
very good. Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, Merry Christmas to everyone.
It's
Well
nice
done.
to see you. I haven't seen you for a little while.
That's right.
It's been a busy weekend of football. Most of the games centred on yesterday's action. And I suppose the big story of the day happened at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium again. And Tottenham finding themselves not only having another defeat, but losing 2 players in rather silly circumstances. As a manager, how difficult is that to deal with?
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a difficult period at home for Tottenham, isn't it? It's something we're going to touch on in our show because their record this calendar year is just ridiculous for a top team.
It's the fewest home wins or the most losses at home in a calendar year.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah. And when you think about, the quality of the squad and the stadium and the support that they have, it's got to be better than that. And obviously, we've had 2 different managers, or we're on our second manager in there now. But it was frustrating yesterday. That's sending off the first one. I've looked at that a couple of times, and Simmons I don't know what he's thinking there. It's a strange challenge.
I think he knows what he's doing.
Do you think he's...
Because the ball is so far away on the other side with Van Dijk. He's actually, when you go like that, Podge, where your studs facing and you're raking down the Achilles of the opponent, he'll say that he's apologising because it's his national captain.
Of course, yeah.
I think you know what you do. It's just a nasty one, isn't it? It's just a sly one. That's what I saw it as.
Because there's no other explanation.
No.
I mean, I'm
He's nowhere near the ball, is he?
I take his word for it because I'm sure he doesn't want to hurt anybody. But at the same time, it's very difficult to come up with another explanation for it.
Yeah. Well, the only, I can give him the clumsy attacking kind of technique one.
Come on.
That's where I would be with him if I was his manager. If I was the opposing manager,
I'm putting the Graham Norton big red chair thing there. Bars, get out. You can't have that one.
On the with Spurs being so poor at home, and obviously Thomas Frank, his interviews afterwards, he's trying to galvanise and he's stuck up for his players, like we're in this together.
Yeah.
But it's the emotions. The Spurs players are not in control of their emotions. We saw Romero getting sent off because he's not in control of his emotions. So,
but he never is, actually.
No, he isn't. But but he's one of your leaders, and you can't rely on him.
Well, I think there's just a general nervousness about them when they play at home. You know yourself, when you get on those runs and you get records and you keep people are throwing it down your throat all the time, it does play on your conscience. And I think personally, a lot of players are playing within themselves, particularly at home for Spurs. I mean, I don't think they've got a great squad anyway. I think it's all where they are in the league. I think they're only like 4 or 5 points off the top four. They're still kind of in there. I think their results have been okay, but the performances have been shocking, some of them.
But they're currently in the bottom half of the table, aren't they? 12th, 13th at the moment.
Yeah, they're about as close to the bottom as they are to the top.
They're 7 points off the top four, and they are a good 9 points off the bottom three. So, I mean, as you say, it's so congested in that middle area of the table that there's always a chance to jump. But the problem is if you're not winning your home games, that's a struggle. And they've started to not perform away from home as well. Some people were suggesting that maybe the players aren't responding to Thomas Frank. Is he trying a little bit too hard to galvanise the group? Afterwards he was defending Simons, he was defending Christian Romero. Do you have to do that as a manager? Or do you need to do what David Moyes did when I spoke to him last night, talking about Jake O'Brien's handball, and he just said, it was absolutely brainless, there's no excuse for it. Do you have to be a little bit harder in those circles?
Well, I think that's, it depends how your results have been and where you are sitting as a manager in that dressing room. Now, it might be that Thomas Frank feels he can't really make any more enemies. Do you know what I mean? He might be making a few enemies on the training ground. And Moyes is in a different position. He's had decent results this year and he's a lot more kind of stronger. Yeah, and of course his reputation, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's easy for David to say that, but you can't use it in the same context, I don't think. I genuinely think Thomas Frank has struggled a little bit when they've had to when you're asking him now to control the game and find a method and a solution to a low block, particularly, when they're at home. I think that's been a struggle for him. I've not seen something that's kind of gone, that looks like it's working. It all looks a little bit kind of forced. And when that's a really not a good sign.
Because we shouldn't paint over the cracks here and ignore the fact that they had chances in the end to try and get back into that game. They did, but that was because they threw the absolute kitchen sink at it, and it was just chaos football for the last 10 minutes of the match.
Yeah, and
that's
I think
not
more
a sustained way of playing, is it?
Yeah, and I think that was more to do with Liverpool's actually lack of control of the game. And obviously, I think Arne Slot really got away with one yesterday. I didn't think they were very good at all. But the bottom line for Spurs is that, the manager's coming under intense pressure again because of these performances, particularly at home.
But it is about recruitment, right?
Yeah, of course, 100%.
It's to do with the fact that the squad isn't good enough and that they've recruited badly for a long period.
Well, I have got a bit of insight into Spurs for this window, and you'll have to listen in later to hear it.
Oh, really?
Exclusive.
Okay.
Pards has got a mole.
And this is not from our chief correspondent, Crookie. This is from Pardew.
This is proper.
This is
proper
from inside. Yeah, none of that rumours and I heard someone said this. Yeah,
I've been
proper
told.
Adrian Mole stuff. Is it? I like it.
All right. Okay. That's good stuff. We're looking forward to that. It's from 6:30 tonight. Some other considerable amount of time. They've got an MRI scan today.
When the physio come on, it look, because usually you're going to go through all the knee kind of procedures, and they didn't do any of that. No. It was definitely in that ankle shin area.
Followed through on him. Yeah. So about the Gooners, what did you think of the performance?
Not so good, but job done. And that's where we are at this, particularly over the Christmas period. When you're a manager and you've got a run of games and you're going back to back, sometimes you just want to get it over the line. 3 points, move on.
Especially with the pressure, obviously Man City winning earlier. Yeah. So that heightens the pressure.
Correct.
So as you said there, it's just like sometimes you have to win ugly. Ugly 1-0, you go, all right.
He's been well tetchy today, by the way. He's panicking. Do you know what he can hear? He can hear the thundering hooves of Manchester City coming up behind him.
They're not thundering hooves.
Yeah.
Well,
and what you mean, the 3-0 victory and Pep saying, he wasn't very good today, actually.
We didn't even play properly.
We were just messing about.
We're not quite at the level to win the Premier League. That's what he said, didn't he?
Yeah.
I still think
I'm sure he means it as well, yeah.
He does. He's been honest. Brutally honest.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I think he's basically giving you a warning that he's coming behind you.
You think that they're the gallop starting, do you?
Yeah, I think the second half of the season they always come.
Where is Rodri?
Where is Rodri? And
he's trotting at the moment. He's not quite at a gallop.
But I think Nico Gonzalez has done really well in that.
He has, but I mean, Rodri, let's be honest, is a Ballon d'Or winner. So, the World Cup's coming up. He's going to come back flying when he comes back.
Yeah. Listen, we'll see what happens in the second half of the season. As I've always said, I'd like to see Arsenal do it because.
What about the Villa? You haven't mentioned the Villa. Look,
we're not allowed to
mention today.
We're not allowed to mention the Villa because they say that Unai Emery says it's.
Well, we'll be mentioning the Villa later.
He says it's nonsense. He says you can't be in the title.
Take no notice of him.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I think they should be talked about because listen, you can't be 3 points off the title at Christmas and not be talked about in the same circle.
Squad depth for Villa.
That's what they're coming up with. They're saying that the squad depth isn't there. But if they were
Have you seen the bench today?
Yeah, it's not great.
What, the Villa's bench?
Yeah, they've got too many youngsters on there.
I think. We'll have a look at Man United's bench.
Well, that's even worse.
Yeah, I know.
But if you
so it isn't that bad.
Well, they've got who have they got on the bench today? They've got
Marlins has come
Hemmings, Ruth. They've got young Bogard on the bench. Okay, they've got Buendia and Garcia, who doesn't really play that much. Daniel Marlin's come off the bench. But again, it's not as stacked it was this time last year when they went into the transfer market and got Asensio, got Rashford, got Marlon.
Well, we've still got a window to come.
Yeah,
so you think they're in it? You think Villa are in the title?
I definitely think that in January, I think they'll do something. I'll do that 1 or 2 transfers and then they're in.
That's the thing. Have they got the financial
money to
do it?
Well, should we ask rumour, speculation, and in the know Alex Crook in just a few minutes?
Has he come out of Little Italy yet?
Well, do you know what? That is a good question.
Yeah, I
that was
heard
Monday
he was in
night.
there. I have a good source in there. The manager I know very, very well.
I heard.
Said they struggled to get him out on a number of levels.
Do you know what? This is like. Have you seen?
And now I'm leaving. Our show is on later. I look forward to sharing it with you.
Have you seen Slow Horses? He's got spies everywhere, pads, hasn't he?
He's like Jackson Lamb.
He's got everything going on.
Nothing happens in Soho without me, he says as he just walks out the studio.
Big Brother is watching.
There he is. That's Alan Pardew. London's eyes. This is Game Day live on talkSPORT. And from 7 o'clock tonight, the AFCON is underway and Morocco are taking on Comoros in the first match of the tournament. And Ian Abrahams is watching. He's got the team news. Hi, Ian.
Hi, 19 times the host nation have begun this tournament with a victory, and tonight Morocco are expected to become the 20th. In fact, only 5 times have they been beaten, the host nation, in the opening game, the last Burkina Faso back in 1998. The Moroccan team has several familiar names. Mazraoui of Manchester United starts at left back. Roman Sainz, the former Wolves defender, is the captain at centre-half alongside the former West Ham man, Naïf Aguerd. Sofiane Amrabat, also formerly of United, and the former Manchester City youth player Diaz also start for Morocco. Comoros ranked 108 in the world. Well, they're a counter-attacking side and shouldn't be dismissed completely out of hand. Recently, they have beat Tunisia and in World Cup qualifying Ghana as well. The kick-off is at 7 o'clock.
Thank you very much. That's Ian Abrahams, who's watching the Africa Cup of Nations for us this evening. Let's go to Alex Crook, who you can probably add a little bit of flesh to the bones about Aston Villa's transfer activity in the next transfer window, which starts in just a few days' time. And he can also tell us if he knows anything about Tottenham's plans, or is he going to be tuning into Alan Pardew from 6:30 to find out. What's the latest in the game anyway?
Yes, 3 minutes of normal time to go. I'm not getting involved in those Little Italy discussions, by the way. I'll neither confirm or deny. It's still Villa 2, Manchester United 1. This game hasn't been put to bed yet. Manchester United still seeing plenty of the ball in and around the penalty area without creating too many opportunities. They had a hopeful shout for handball against Yuri Tillemans, waved away by referee Michael Oliver a few moments ago. Morgan Rogers, meanwhile, denied a potential hat-trick by a good block on the edge of the United penalty area, but they are stretched to the limit, the visitors from Old Trafford at this moment in time, already without 7 players coming into this game. Bruno Fernandes suffered a hamstring injury in the first half. They got 2 youngsters out there, Jack Fletcher and Shea Lacey, who've come on. Joshua Zirkzee now the focal point of the attack, and Villa are making changes as well just to try and see out this game. Lemar Bogard on for Boubacar Kamara, the latest alteration. 2 minutes plus stoppage time for the home team to hold on and close that gap to Arsenal at the top of the table. We aren't really talking about them as title contenders, but they keep on winning. They lead here by 2-1.
They keep on winning when they're not always at their very best. And actually, they haven't been the best team in this game. For large portions of it, Manchester United have looked like the more aggressive, the more patient, the more creative.
Yep, definitely in the first half, Man United were the better side. Obviously, it went 1-0 down and then got themselves back into it with Cunha goal. And with Manchester United, Crookie's obviously at the game. The build-up plays quite neat and tidy. You know, it goes to the Cunha, goes to Mason Mount, but there's just no end product. And that's been the difference, because we said about Aston Villa how good they've been at creating goals out of nothing, exactly what Morgan Rogers done. So the big players for Villa are actually standing up.
Well, they clearly miss Mbeumo. Seshko hasn't fired yet. And, you know, Mount hasn't had a real opportunity today. And Cunha has scored for Manchester United, but he's also missed a big chance as well. And they trail by 2-1 going into the last 90 seconds. We'll have full time from that game at Villa Park in the next few moments here on talkSPORT. Stick with us. What a day it has been up and down the country today, with Hearts getting a victory over Rangers and Celtic responding with a 3-1 win over Aberdeen. It means the gap between the two is 6 points, but Celtic do have a game in hand. The Scottish Premiership really hotting up this season, and Rangers, who had been in a little bit of form, beaten today by 2-1 by the team from Tynecastle, and what a job Derek McInnes is doing there. Manchester City, Arsenal, Chelsea and Manchester United all through in the Women's League Cup quarter-finals. In the National League, wins for Morecambe, for Solihull Moors, for Eastleigh away at Gateshead and for Boreham Wood today. Halifax Town managed to win late on against Wildston as well. There was a 0-0 draw between Braintree and Hartlepool. In the PDC World Darts, which starts again at 7 o'clock tonight over on talkSPORT 2, there was a big victory for Ratajski. Joe Cullen went out earlier on in the day. Luke Woodhouse, who spoke to us live on this programme, beat Max Hopp in straight sets. Rob Cross beat Ian White 3-1, and the evening session will be live in just a few moments on talkSPORT 2. We've got reports here on talkSPORT. Bath beat Red Bulls of Newcastle by 50 points to 14, but all of the big stories are coming out of Villa Park, where Manchester United have played reasonably well, but are going to come away with nothing. Alex Crook.
Yes, second to 4 minutes stoppage time remaining. It's Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1. Morgan Rogers' brilliant double is going to take Villa to within 3 points of Premier League leaders Arsenal and make it 10 wins on the spin for Unai Emery's men. They took the lead on the stroke of half-time after United had the better of the first half. Rogers with a right foot curler from the left-hand side. That was cancelled out 3 minutes later in first half stoppage time by Mateus Cunha's finish into the far corner after a mistake from Matty Cash. But as the full-time whistle goes here, Rogers with the winner 12 minutes into the second half. It was almost like an identical finish from the England international. Again, he picked up the ball on the left corner of the penalty area. Again, he used Manuel Ugarte as a shield and curled a right-footed effort beyond Senny Lamons into the far corner. United huffed and puffed after that, but Villa did a really good job in keeping the depleted Red Devils at bay, and this defeat made even more painful for Ruben Amorim by losing his captain Bruno Fernandes to a hamstring injury at half-time. It's only a second defeat in 10 outings for Manchester United. They've not lost much in defeat but their captain, and they are really stretched now heading into the festive period. But for Aston Villa, this incredible run of form continues, and you have to start talking surely about the Rodgers-inspired villains as potential title winners. Finishes here, Aston Villa 2, Manchester United 1.
10 games in a row for Aston Villa. They've scored 24 goals in the process. They equal a club record of 10 consecutive wins, but that was set in the Championship in 2018-19. They've won 16 of the last 18 in all competitions. You cannot, with any seriousness, rule this team out of a title race. But we will find out, won't we, Alex Crook, about them in the next few weeks, because their next game is away at Chelsea on the 27th, and then their game after that, live on talkSPORT, is away at Arsenal on Tuesday the 30th of December. And what a defining moment in the season that could be.
Do you know